All right, let's go through patient assessment. Now, you'll see in front of you there, we've got two sheets, yeah? Now, much like your books, I think as soon as these are printed, they are out of date. But also, make sure you know, in large part, let's just take a look at this one for now. Make sure you know that I think that, are all patients that you meet going to be the same? No, they are not. So you'll see that I've got one of the 972 other pages that are soon to be printed and given to you. So you operate an EMS with a binder this big for any patient as you leaf through. No. Instead, what we do is we try to create a patient assessment that will be wildly accurate 95% of the time. And as you improve in your assessment abilities, you will learn where certain things need to be added or certain things need to be subtracted. So in summary, this here is a one-size-fits-all patient assessment for patients that will never be one-size-fits-all. Now, the easiest way through this is, like I said, is to memorize this like it's lines to your favorite song. Generally speaking, and especially for our first major assessment, if you could come up and walk through this from memory down the road, you would probably do very well. Well, they are essentially two things expressed differently. One of them, with all the language on the right, is a patient assessment with me saying, hey, if I get hit by a bus tomorrow and then you get a lesser instructor, here's what Mr. Fearon wanted you to know about each of these things. Okay? It's essentially a summary of what I expect you to do or say for that thing. The other one, with more blankness and scores on the right, is I can't say one-to-one, but it's essentially a mock graded patient assessment. Now, the scores are subject to change. Hopefully none of you will be surprised to learn that assessing lung sounds, perhaps in a person dying from a lung problem, become far more valuable than a person who had broken their toe. I still want you to check lung sounds on both of them, but if you miss lung sounds in the one case, it is huge, and you miss it in the other, it's just not good. So don't pay too much attention to the scoring on the right. Mostly that was just to give you a reference, essentially, to say, hey, sometimes these things are weighted differently. Sometimes these things are weighted in extremes. So if I'm a student looking at these two sheets, my thought is this. I'm mostly using the blank one on the right, because I mostly just need to get in the habit of memorizing this stuff and what exactly I'm getting asked. And then anytime I'm down there and I'm working with Karen, and Karen is like, hey, what again separates airway from breathing? Or what exactly do I say when I look at this? I say, I don't remember, actually. Let me go to this other sheet and see what kind of that descriptor is. And if you're like, man, I want to know more, I'm like, okay, well, you've got a whole book with pages on this stuff, but this is my way of kind of chunking down the experience. Okay. So you're welcome to do with this as you please. If you ask for more, I'll be happy to print more. So, use it at however you please. They're making notes, tearing it up, whatever. Generally speaking, I will try to give students blank ones before the graded practicals are coming up, just so we have the most clean and up-to-date situation. But this is what we're going to be going through today, essentially line by line. If I were sitting where you were sitting, I'd probably be looking at the more blank one because it gives me more space to write in if I need to remember anything, but that's up to you. I just wanted to make sure you had access to it. Now, there's two notes I want to talk about. Every year I essentially have a work journal. It's a lot of pictures. Pages are dog-eared. There's a lot of watermarks from my tears falling. Blood in some places. But most importantly is a page on there that is to myself, because about 2 weeks from now, you guys are going to hit a rough patch. In the beginning, it's kind of just like, oh yeah, like these things, do it like this. But then you start doing this very inconvenient, frustrating thing, which is learning how to be an EMT. And suddenly some of this starts to feel confining. You're like, wait, but right now I'm just like, hey, guy said chest pain, what medication you want to give? And you'd say, aspirin. Now we want to make sure it's ACS and so on and so forth. It's not going to be too long before you're like, someone's like, oh, chest pain, aspirin. You're like, wait, what about this? What about this? What about this? What about all the things I don't remember? I was late that day. I was absent. I don't, right? But most of the way through this is memorization. And two of those very important notes I put in my journal, one of them says, don't worry, they get it eventually. Because every year I go to teach this, I think, I can do it. I can explain simple enough and well enough that you will understand patient assessment. And every year afterwards, I'm like, well, maybe, but you can't learn it today. And so I don't mean to dissuade you from paying attention, taking notes, locking in, asking questions, none of that stuff. But this experience is perhaps the most obvious example of what I think is one of the fundamentals of life. All of our success is determined by both our time and our intention. You can say, well, I don't understand. I've been playing a guitar for years. Why aren't I any good? I said, well, how much? Yeah, that's a long time. But how much intention have you put into it? Have you played every day? Have you played 6 hours a day? Have you learned scales, listen to music? Do you get into it? Oh, well, no. Well, a guy says, man, I do all that stuff. I'm in my basement every day. I said, well, how long have you been playing? It's about 6 months. I said, okay. An interviewer asked Michael Jordan once, she said, how does it feel? We know Michael Jordan, right? That's not too, okay, maybe at a certain famous threshold. Okay. I mean, he's been dead for 20 years, so I'm glad that you remember.
No, it was a joke.
Okay. I don't know, I'm more of a hockey fan. Anyways, they asked Michael Jordan once, they said, hey, how does it feel to be so lucky, to be this good at basketball? And he said, lucky? Where were you when I was playing for 8 hours a day since I've been 6 years old? Lucky? Nobody works as hard as me. You know? We've talked in the past about what it takes to be an EMT, moving on to medic and stuff. Like, intelligence can help, no doubt about it. Some people are born a foot taller, I get it. What I need is stubbornness. What I need is people that don't quit. What I need is people when I say, hey, I wonder, actually, let me put you on the spot, Mr. Dennert.
Yeah.
If I said, hey, you got a week to teach a guy who knows nothing about EMS patient assessment, what do you suppose are some of the things you would tell him? You need to do this. It's the easiest way to learn this.
Probably they got a week.
They got a week.
So, if there's a simple resource, for example, what you just handed out, then doing whatever possible, honestly, just to memorize it and get the
Yeah.
language
Okay.
in the mind. So that comes from reading, it comes from writing, and it also comes from having other people in your life ask you
Yeah,
about
I would
it.
agree.
A lot of times we fool ourselves that we think we know something because when you read it, your brain says, I understand that. But then when someone asks you to articulate it, all of a sudden there's like a moment, you're like, actually, I don't know it as well as I thought I did. So if you have someone in your life, or if they have someone in their life, this hypothetical person, that could ask them stuff on there, like, hey, what is actually in the primary assessment? Rattle it
Yeah.
out to me.
I think that's
what
great.
makes it work.
Yeah, and that's exactly not exactly. The beginning of that was exactly what I was going to say, which is like, every year I do this, I think, hey, here's a good suggestion, gang. Take a blank sheet of paper and write this thing down. Essentially, what's number one here on the top left of either sheet? Resource check. Great. So your experience would be taking a blank sheet of paper and writing resource check. Great. What comes under that? Intervention cards. You're like, no problem. Okay, now let's do a pop quiz. Sule, what's at the top? Very good. And just under that? Star student. What's going on underneath that? Say it again.
Empty notepad.
Empty notepad, right? What's going on under that? Great. And so what you do is you take a blank sheet of paper. You're like, okay, from memory, resource check, intervention card, boom. And you just write it down. And then you'll come to it and be like, after notepad. After notepad. I don't remember. So you flip the page over. What does it say after notepad? Uniform. You're like, so new piece of paper. At the top, resource, intervention, and you go down. And every time you hit a bump where you're like, you go look at it and you don't just pick up where you left off, you start over. And so my lesson, essentially what I tell students, I say, hey, here's what I did. Here's how I learned it. Here's how I got through it. And then every year I'm like, hey, maybe you should do this. Maybe you should do this. And then at the end of last cohort, I was like, man, some of these guys are unbelievable assessors. I said, how did you do this? And they said, I did what you said. You told me to write it down, so I did. And I was like, oh, I'm going to make you do it now. That is the way. And as much as you might be thinking like, yeah, but aren't all the patients different? And what about this and what about that? We do a lab in there where you assess like a urinal half full of pee. And I'm like, hey, here's your patient. Sule, where do you think I want you to start with this urinal half full of pee as your patient? You don't know because there's a million different things to know about it, right? I heard it over here. Is that you? Resource check. What would come after that as you assess this urinal full of pee? My point is that the vast majority of your patient assessment isn't dependent upon your patient. It's dependent on your understanding of how to assess all the important things. You're going to go through this experience and be like, really? I check this every time? Like, for example, if your patient is having a heart attack, what's a part of the body that you might want to assess? Left arm, chest. Now, chest, because that's where the heart is. Heart, because that is what it is. You said left arm. That's so weird. Why left arm? Sometimes people's left arm hurts, but not like feet. We wouldn't check feet if a person had a heart attack, right? Or foot. Left foot for pulse, maybe, but it's not maybe our major concern, right? Why would I check feet? Because a guy's got a heart problem. What about neck? Guy's got a heart problem. Neck?
For potential sleep.
Right, but this guy was just sitting on his couch. He didn't fall. Neck is weird.
Mobility of like lungs and stuff, because you want to see like how far it goes down.
It's just a heart problem, though. What about fingers? This guy's having a heart attack. I'm checking fingers. Okay, we all doing great. You're not playing my game well, which means you're probably going to make excellent EMTs. The point is this. I don't yet have time. We haven't gone through cardiology. We haven't gone through airway. I don't have yet time to tell you that essentially a person having a heart attack can be represented in their ankles.
Swollen.
Do you know how, Sule? Swelling. If your pump isn't squeezing very hard, then it becomes difficult to pull fluid up and it'll settle. What about the neck? Well, if your pump isn't working very well, your jugular veins will start to distend. It can be a clue. Sometimes you can develop clubbed fingers if you live in a chronic hypoxic environment. So you might say, well, I don't understand the point of looking at fingies and toes when this guy's got a heart attack. And I'm like, I don't have time to teach you why we're doing these things yet. Listen to me. Do these things all the time, and one day you will understand. But if we spend our time not memorizing this stuff, when we approach cardiology, you're going to have so much more work to do. Whereas if you just walk in, kick open the door, and start moving down it methodically, you're going to go very far. So the way through this, and my hope is to create a series of assignments that just force you to do this over and over and over. That's the way through. Okay? Now, as I said on those notes, they learn it eventually. Don't be too hard on yourself. Lucky for you, I am an expert at my job. And we have pulled people lesser than you kicking and screaming over the finish line. All you gotta do is what I'm telling you to do. Stay on the bus and you will make it. But if you don't do the things, then you are going to struggle. And it is as simple as that. Today, I don't want you, I'm not showing my thing. It looks like it's not casting. Man. You missed like 3 beautiful slides. They were articulate, there was videos, they were moving parts. Anyway, today, I'm trying to teach you what to look for. Now, I do want you to ask questions. I want you to play. I want you to involve yourself, ask questions, absolutely. But I don't expect you to learn what to do with what you found just yet. That'll come in time. Every time we hit a chapter, like airway, I will then expect you to know how to treat airway stuff. We hit cardio, I will then expect you. We do pharm, I will then start expecting. But more importantly than knowing essentially what exactly to do is just what we're starting to look for. Hey sir, how you feeling today? Not great. Okay, well I know to go through the list and find out that you have chest pain. Adjunct says, what would you like to do with that? And you're like, I don't know yet. That's okay. Well, it depends on when you ask. But initially, that's okay. I need you to get the right questions. We'll come up with answers later. Over time, you will learn why you are doing those things. I need you to learn to ask about his pain. I need you to learn what things to do for that pain, and we will teach you over time why those things are working. And when we hit A, it's almost all we'll talk about. It's why it goes science overnight. Now, the book will lay out your patient assessment like this. I do think that the book is an excellent resource, and I do think that 99.8% of it is wildly accurate. The book and I start to differ a bit, honestly, as an institution. The things you learn here in EMT will translate over to AEMT, will translate over to medic. Even though Mr. King and I are different instructors, almost all of it is going to be one-to-one in many ways. But the book shifts in some of these descriptions, it shifts in some of the expectations. And so days like today, and of course the fact that we're recording it, the fact that I've given you sheets, these are your primary resources for expectations. And I'll do my best to kind of point out where I say, hey, the book kind of describes it this way. Let's not do that though, because I think you'll struggle. Let's instead do it this way, okay? But it lists it largely like this, and not to be too hard on the book, but this is relatively rudimentary. I imagine if you're looking at this 2-page document of easily over 100 points in many cases, you're wishing your practicals looked a little more like this page. Unfortunately for you, you are in a much better class. Yours looks like this. Now, I think we've known each other long enough that you know that I'm excellent at brevity, at using my time wisely, succinctly making sure I use as few colorful words to get the idea as smoothly as possible, which is why, when you look at this, know that this is as brief as I could make this sucker. But the truth is, what you need most is this, right? These are the things appearing on the left. And I love this moment. Every year I tell myself I need a time capsule this period of your education, because when you get done with this program, I don't know that you will feel, I think we kind of think, oh, well, when I graduate high school, I'm just going to feel this way. I get married, feel this way, get the job, feel this way. And we keep kind of chasing this experience. You're going to get to the end of this EMT class and just realize, as much as you've learned, there's so much more to learn. And then I want to be able to play you a video of your first patient assessment, and for you to be like, oh my God, I have learned so much. But you won't necessarily feel any different. I struggle when people ask, were you a good medic? I struggle to say, yeah, I was. I struggle. The more I learn, the more I realize I need to know. Don't be too overwhelmed with this. You will get it eventually. And the easiest way through this is through memorization, much like I said, and I did not prompt Mr. Dennert to say, essentially it's just reading it, writing it, and then saying it, right? And so, if you said, man, how do I excel? How do I become a good clinician? How do I start banging out these quizzes and tests? The better you are at this, the easier it'll all be, for sure. Now, one thing I am very careful about, we'll have things like primary and we have secondary. Which one comes first? Fools. Well, that wasn't a trick, but the language of it is like primary, secondary, and it like implies that you do this, then you do that, and that's sometimes true. I would rather you view, instead of saying like, who likes music in here? Okay, give me a song name. Give me a song name. Give me a song name. Billie Jean. Okay, excellent baseline. Yeah, Doom, 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 doom. Okay, what we don't do is say, oh, God, I love Billie Jean. Go ahead and play me the bass. Doom, doom. Okay, stop the bass. Go ahead and hit me with some drums. Psst, psst, psst. Okay, go hit me with the, like we are listening to music as a compilation. All of these things are coinciding at the same time. Some of them are highlighted at times, some of them are not. They show their face, they quiet down, but ultimately it's all layered over top of each other. And your patient assessment is like that too. Does scene size up have to happen before your primary? Yes, it does. Is it the only time it occurs? No, which means what I don't want to do essentially is be like, is my scene safe? And yep, absolutely. Okay, great. Ma'am, how you feeling? Guy comes in with a knife. I'm like, excuse me, sir, scene's already safe. Yeah, yeah. I have checked the box. Take your gun elsewhere. Yeah. No, right. So it's, even though this is written essentially top down, and a lot of that stuff is done chronologically or sequentially like that, it doesn't always happen that way. A lot of this stuff is layered over top of it at all times. I mean, it's completely reasonable. We're going through ABCs. What's my airway? What's my breathing? What's my circulation? In the midst of that, say, essentially, what's my airway like? Okay, breathing. And circulation, heart feels slow. You have any heart problems, brother? No? Okay. And then keep going or whatever. It only took but a second to ask. And you say, That's part of the secondary. You don't ask that question. You don't talk to nobody until you get to secondary. I'm like, no, the longer you do this, the more you will kind of learn to layer it in different ways. But listen to me when I say, early on, when students struggle, they struggle most because they are deviating from the order. Because we don't know right now where to slot that stuff in. And so I would say, yes, it works sequentially, but not always, or not exclusively, is the point. Some of this stuff, and so I would remove the word secondary because it implies so strongly that this stuff must happen afterwards, except for the fact that that's the language of the culture. So much so that if I say, what's a secondary assessment to any working EMS, they're going to say, OPQRST, sample, we're going to move in through reassessment afterwards. They know, because that's what we call it. Now, this will fall neatly into a category of stuff where I'll constantly watch students be so busy trying to figure out what the right answer is. I'm like, dude, you were better at this before you got into this class. You were better at a lot of this before you're so busy trying to figure out the right answer. Karen, I'm your mother. I call you up. Boop, 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 boop. Ring, ring. Karen, honey, oh my gosh. I'm hurt. What's wrong? I'm hurting. Why? Well, I don't know. Like, my chest just hurts so bad. Did you do something? No. What do you like? What? Like run or? No, you know I don't run. You know about my knees?
What's wrong with your knees?
They've hurt forever. When I dropped you when you was a baby, you remember?
Wow.
Okay. It hurts so bad. Aren't you like a medic now? What am I supposed to do?
Hold up. Ring, ring.
Yeah. 911 EMS. Is that what you're calling? Very good. Yeah, excellent. You're calling me? I make it a point to give all students my phone number again. Okay, now she started exactly the right way. You know what I mean? I mean, she was, how are you feeling? What happened? What has changed? Or whatever. My point is when she just thought like a human, she knew how to ask the right questions. If I just said to her instead, hey, complete your patient assessment without looking at the sheet, she'd be like, scene size up. I don't notepads? And I'm like, okay, you've been a human before, talk to him. Okay. Now, I need a right way through it. Our patient assessment is the right way through it. This is the order. These are the things to say. When you get lost out there, just be a human for a little bit. Ask them how they're feeling. Ask them what happened. And then take them to the hospital. Transporting people to the hospital is like 80% of our job. So well done. When you forget out there that you don't know the order of this stuff, I say, okay, great. So you're struggling as an EMT. Be a human for a second. Look at them. How do they look? What would they need? I'm in the habit with this. My oldest, with autism, I'm constantly like, do you see your brother's face? Make a face like that. How do you feel? How do you have to feel to make a face like that? You know what I mean? So just look at them. We want to ask ultimately, what's wrong? How do you feel? What happened? And go to the hospital. Did she do basically that? Absolutely. She already got it figured out. Now I got to teach her how each one of these things is like 50 different spinning plates, right? Our ultimate goal here is to figure out what's going on, to gather information, to evaluate the information we gathered, and then to treat it. Anybody been to the varsity? What do they say? What do you have? What do you have? What do you have? In Michigan, every corner has a varsity. It's like, it's not the varsity, it's just a Coney Island. And the varsity, hate to tell you, Georgians, is just a Coney Island, except for they're meaner. There you come in. What do you have? What do you have? What do you have? And that is your patient assessment in a nutshell.
What was your favorite thing to get Coney Island?
A Coney Island dog. What are you, crazy? What do you put on your hot dogs? Chili, cheese, onion. No condiments otherwise?
Mustard,
My son eats plain hot dogs. Mutant.
coleslaw,
Oh, what are you, Canadian, Russian maybe?
southern.
Let me pause this. Let's talk some hot dogs. All right.
Like no
Th-
ketchup and nothing.
Me? No, him. I
I'm
mean,
saying just bread and hot dog.
bread and hot dog.
Bryson was like that for a while,
Ugh.
but now he needs like ketchup and mustard.
Dude's missing genes. He takes medicine. You know what I mean? All right. All right. Resource check. When you are doing a graded practical, it will be timed.
Are you doing the slideshow? Are you going through the slideshow? Because some of the slides aren't, they won't come up with
Oh, maybe I linked the wrong thing?
No, it's the thing, it just says it won't, it'll be skipped through the slideshow.
Excuse me?
Here.
Excuse me? Oh, you're not in slideshow view? So I have hidden those because I'm not sure I want to delete them.
Okay.
So you can
I was
count
just
those as
making-
deleted.
I was just making sure.
Very good. I'll take it. In any event, we start at the top with a resource check. Our practical exams are going to be timed. You got 20 minutes to do what you need to do. Yeah.
Are we needing a minimum, like you need to do it?
Like when you get to 20 minutes, whatever the last thing you said is the last thing you get to say. This is fun. I didn't expect questions here.
What if for some reason, right, we don't go in order,
Mm-hmm.
but we say all the things just don't go in order for some weird reason?
Yeah.
But we said everything? Would it be okay?
That will never happen.
Okay.
And mostly.
Okay.
You could mark Mr. Fearon's learning as an educator like year one. I was like, this is kind of the order. It's kind of the way I do it, but you see how it feels. And then next year, whatever, I'm like, hey, I really think you need to do this. At this point in my career, I'm like, no. Nobody does it well if they can't do it in order. Period. I'll bet you a medic could come from Canada and would take my patient assessment, completely different country, backwards country, in fact, right? And we would go through that. And they would probably get an 80% on it, never having looked at my patient assessment sheet because this is the way. But to answer your question, much of it can be moved, some of it cannot be. We cannot have you over here being like, hey, are you allergic to Pepto-Bismol? And I'm like, he doesn't have a pulse. You should have led with that one. Or we have labs. Oh, it's one of my favorite labs where when you come in, you're like, is my scene safe? And they're like, as you find it. And you're like, I mean, guy's laying on the ground, but whatever. And then you walk forward and you're like, oh, this guy around the corner stabbed you, and you get a mark on your forehead. I'm like, no, it's not safe and you're not sure. That's an important step you don't want to skip, right? Once, do you remember?
Yeah, I remember my questions. Like you said, we have 20 minutes. I get it done in like 7 minutes.
Okay.
Just saying.
If you did what you needed to do, you're going to do a great job. I can't do it in 7 minutes. Fair enough. Fair enough. Make sure we get that time capsule. There's a reason why I have a recorded video of Mr. Simmons, the AP instructor and AP instructor, putting me through the patient assessment. There's a reason why it's cut and edited. Because it's edited in a way that, at least at the time, it was an exact representation of the order. Whereas I know what I can move around without getting into an issue, but it's not good to show students that you can move stuff around. But the longer you do this, the more. But even still, I mean, I'll watch decent paramedics struggle in evaluations, and why they struggle is because they forget to ask things. I remember we'll do radio reports, right? Kennestown ER, this is Metro 13. Hey, Metro 13, go ahead. Hey, we're out to your facility, blah, blah. People would always say I sound like an air traffic controller. They're like, it sounds so professional and it's so like specific. We're like, how do you do that? I said, well, I got to write it down. And they're like, what? You do an amazing job. You've been doing this for years. Why do you write it down? And I always say, well, you know that thing of where like you give a radio report and then you forgot a piece of information, then you get to the hospital and you're like, oh my gosh, I wish I would have said that. And they're like, totally. I'm like, cool. That never happens to me because I write it down. That's why it sounds good. Not only does it sound good because I wrote it down, I did it twice before I gave it. And they're like, you're practicing your radio reports? I'm like, yeah, kind of. It's part of my reassessment. Okay, I'm about to call the hospital. Let's go ahead and think about what I'm going to tell him. I got a 52-year-old male here. He had chest pain. I gave aspirin. We did 12 lead. I gave this. We put him on oxygen. He's not on oxygen. Let's go ahead and get that going. Okay, he's on oxygen, 2 liters per minute. We got a blood pressure. I haven't checked one in a while, right? And so I'm like practicing the report I'm about to give him, but it's also part of my reassessment. It's all smoke and mirrors. Let's see. Where we start here is intervention cards. You got a timed experience. Your timer doesn't start for this. This is you walking up. And many of the times when you're in your graded practical, the adjunct will be doing a lot of this for you, right? Welcome, Andrew, to the medical assessment, patient assessment medical. You got your intervention cards on you? No. Ooh, there's a free point you missed. Simple as that, right?
Yes.
He's like, wait 1 moment, please. Excellent. See, this is why. Really, you should take lessons from Andrew here. Excellent. Okay, he's got his intervention cards. Can you use those intervention cards? Yes. Yeah. Will many students not use them and then miss major points? Oh, it's fun to watch. Fun to watch. World of information at their fingertips. Aspirin. I guess I'm going to give this rectally and maybe at 30 milligrams. And I'm like, what?
Sounds good.
No, for many reasons, right? I get it. I get it. Patient autonomy. That to me, I think, would say they are clearly not in their right mind. In any event, do you have it? Okay. And Emily, you got a blank notepad to write on?
Yes.
Yes, of course you do, my special dove. Free points. Write it down, write it down, write it down. Other people don't get to write your notes. You write your own notes. It is very handy in my labs for you to be running a patient assessment and for you to say, hey, I want you on airway, you on CPR, you're my note taker, blah, blah, blah. And then you go out into the world, and it's you and some dude in a truck. Get in the habit of taking your own notes. Also, here's one thing we don't want to say. Well, I don't understand. Andrew said the BP, I'm reading it right here. He wrote down 120/80. And they're like, well, it wasn't. It was 20/8. And you're like, well, he wrote the wrong thing. And they're like, totally. Wasn't it your patient? See what I'm saying? Write your own notes. Full uniform. People should be in uniform. I'll give you points for it. You show up in the wrong stuff, wearing a goofy hat, don't got a watch, don't have a stethoscope, though admittedly, I provide those stethoscopes. So if you don't have one, don't worry too much. And then we go into pre-plan. Pre-plan is essentially just this. I was dispatched to, that might be A, I might wanna this. Selena, you were dispatched to chest pain. What might that indicate?
Cardiac arrest.
Cardiac arrest. He had chest pain, we get there and he's dead as a doornail. You might need to do? That was a beautiful pre-plan. Mostly, I gotta make sure you're thinking before you get there. Now, when I said chest pain, did everybody think cardiac arrest?
Yes.
No? What did one of my no's think?
Heart attack.
Heart attack. You were dispatched to a heart attack. That might indicate what? A heart attack.
Heart attack.
What might you want to do?
Yeah.
Aspirin. That's an excellent pre-plan. When students err on this, though admittedly they don't often lose points, and it's not timed just yet, they do too much. We said chest pain, so I guess if it's left-sided heart failure, maybe that's going to be backing up to the lung pulmonary edema. So we're probably thinking CPAP, which depending on a protocol, we're talking like 5 to 10, or man, if I want to do albuterol and then wheezing, I'm like, whoa. I just want to make sure that when you walk up, you're not just like, what do we got? What is this? Here's what I want to do. We're kind of sitting near, maybe not friends, but somebody friendly, right? I just want you to pair off. I think we have not odd numbers, but why does that matter? Oh, because there's my odd one. Hey, particularly odd. What we're going to do essentially, Evan, I'll just have you come up here. You'll work with Leah. But everyone else, essentially, I just want to work with a pal. And I just want you to go through a pre-plan. Well, I was dispatched to something. I think it might indicate this. I might need to do that. One person goes through it, then the other person goes through it. Let's give it a try. All right, how do we do? How do we do? Not too bad? Pretty bad? Landon, you've been dispatched to a person feeling weak. Go ahead and give me a pre-plan.
Maybe he's just like dehydrated or something. That could be one thing. Did I give you more detail besides just weak?
Cool. Is most of what he said on this board? No. And this is kind of why I wanted to bring it up. Is that the easiest way through some of this stuff is usually when they wander, I'm like, no, come back. See him. Bye, brother. You've been dispatched. Go ahead and have a seat. I do like you being here, but. Okay, let's start over. Chat 10, I need you to go en route to a patient experiencing weakness. Go ahead and give me a pre-plan before we start this.
So I start with the dispatch to siblings.
Weakness.
To weakness. And it may indicate like malnourishment, maybe.
Okay.
I may need to drink. So maybe him to drink or eat.
Okay, let's take a moment. I didn't teach him anything. But like, he couldn't do a pre-plan before. Suddenly, he's got all these good ideas about what this is and what to do. No. I didn't teach him anything. I reminded him. You're smart individuals capable of a lot. What I'm trying to tell you is the order we're doing them. Right? He's like, he's all over the place, didn't know what to say. I'm like, come back, pretty princess, right here. What were you dispatched to? Weakness, boom. That might indicate dehydration, malnourishment. We might need to bring fluid, transport to the hospital, whatever. I'm like, boom, he's got it. When you get lost out there, go back to what you know. It's just like this. Not always, Mr. Fearon. Well, okay, but often. Excellent job, Landon. Excellent job. Simple as that. All right. Next is partner assignment. Now this can mean a lot, but what it means mostly to me is this is the moment you ask your partner to get vital signs as soon as you arrive. That's what this means. Well, Brandon, I see that you've got your intervention cards. Well done. You got an empty notepad?
Yep.
Love it. I believe you for sure. I see you're in full uniform. You were dispatched to a 60-year-old woman who has fallen. Why don't you give me a pre-plan?
Let's see. Dispatch to a woman who fell. She could be diabetic.
Okay. Lost consciousness, diabetic.
May give her glucose.
May give her glucose. Very good. What do you want to talk to your partner about?
Get a set of vital signs.
Cool.
Arrival.
Simple as that. That's how that beginning is done, right? So if I was going through it, sometimes the adjunct asks, sometimes you'll say it. Sometimes they'll expect you to say it. You come in, say, hey, I got my intervention cards. I'm in full uniform. Got an empty notepad. I was dispatched to weakness. I think it might be a stroke. So I'm going to start thinking about local stroke centers. Hey, partner, when we get on scene, would you mind getting a full set of vital signs as long as that's appropriate? Also, if you find yourself with looking for something to do, if you'll Google local stroke centers for me, I'm going to forget. Right? This is the place where we're kind of trying to say, look, before we get there, let's kind of figure out what this might be and develop some kind of plan. Now, maybe it goes out the window the moment we walk in, but this is the moment where, if nothing else, you are telling your partner, look, as I greet them, I want you to start taking vital signs. And this is usually how it goes. Like, if I just walk in and I'm like, hey, ma'am, my name is Steven. How are you feeling today?
Shortness of breath.
Shortness of breath. Wow, you must be in the medical field. Fantastic. Well, look, I'm checking your pulse here. This is my partner, Javier. He's going to go ahead and check your vital signs. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. That's how I lead my scenes. Is I introduce myself, introduce my partner, and then I get their hands moving while I'm talking. And this is that moment where you're letting them know that it happens. Once.
On the truck to your way there, or before
Yep.
you get there, are we already communicating?
Yep.
Hey, I'm going to be leading
Yep.
this. You're going to be.
Yup. Generally speaking, when you're working with equal licensure, I'm an EMT, you're an EMT, they just switch. I ran the last one, so you know you're running the next one. I like to do it in days. I don't like switching seats and stuff, so I'd always say, hey, look, since we're going to work together for the next couple of weeks or all day today, how about I just do everything tomorrow, you do everything or whatever. So usually you're aware of that. But if you're not, talking about it on the way is a good thing to do. Even when I'm the medic working with an EMT, I still do this. One of the big things for me is I forget to ask for DNRs. So I'll tell my partner on the way in, I say, hey, I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna immediately take the airway. If you jump in on CPR, don't let a fireman stop you, okay? Once you swap out, your job is to ask for a DNR. I always forget. So the whole way in, I'm just talking to him. Here's my weakness, here's my strength, here's what I wanna do, here's what you need to do. Pre-plan, partner assignment. So your partner can help. Now, there might be graded experiences where the partner goes to put a blood pressure cuff on, and maybe early in our assessment, the adjunct is like, oh, sorry, buddy. I know he said go ahead and do the vital signs, but I'm gonna need him to do it because we're trying to make sure you can. But let the adjuncts interrupt you. Now, as much as I say, hey, make sure you tell your partner, this guy with difficulty breathing, you wanna come in and check a full set of vital signs. Well, if you come in and that guy's in cardiac arrest because he died on the way, obviously we're not doing a full set of vital signs right now. I don't need you in there being like, I can't get a blood pressure on this guy. I'm like, terrific. He doesn't have a pulse. I needed you to do CPR. Our plan has changed. But in most of the cases, we're going to want to walk in having already told our partner, please go ahead and get a full set of vital signs. Just after the resource check is our scene size up. This is mostly, am I safe? Do I have what I need? Do I need anyone else? It's very me focused. And you'll be expected essentially, what I don't want is this. Anyways, I'm gonna do my scene size up, BSI, scene safety, number of patients, additional help. Okay, let's go down to my primary. No, I'm glad you can read. I need you to think. What would be ideal is for you to come in and say, well, you said difficulty breathing. We always wear our gloves. I'm gonna go in with an N95 mask until I figure out why he's having trouble breathing. Maybe it's tuberculosis. Something like that. Now, admittedly, I did not often go onto a scene with anything other than gloves, and many times I didn't go on to scene with gloves. But that is the safest, bestest way. Most bestest. You won't get points for wearing gloves unless you're wearing them. At times, depending on how I'm feeling, it's usually 10% off the grade if you don't wear gloves. It could be the end of your life, or certainly change your life if you walk in there without gloves, touch something you shouldn't, get that kernel finally out of your mouth, and now you got something you shouldn't. Could change everything. Wear gloves all the time. Every cohort, I have to go to Mr. Dennert and be like, okay, they listened, they're wearing a ton, I'm out of gloves. Let's do that as soon as we can. Wear gloves all the time. Let's be in the habit, train like we fight. Actually wear gloves. Now, I'm not saying you walk on a scene in a full Tyvek suit every time because you just don't know what this is. Yes, I do think you would be crazy if you did that, but you don't need to every time. At least go in with gloves and at least have them in your pockets. And I recommend this early in your career. Put them on when you get out of the ambulance so you don't forget. Now, when you arrive, it may change the things that you need to put on. This guy's, I'm like, right, let's get a mask on him and a mask on me. Right? Be careful about the types of masks that you're using. This one may stop spread through aerosol in a way. This one may stop splatter, but doesn't stop aerosolized issues. This one will prevent droplets. If I cough and liquid lands on this, it just goes through the paper. Ultimately, this one is for splatter protection, not airway protection. This one is for airway protection and can work against bloodborne diseases and stuff like tuberculosis. Splat. Scene safety. Here's my recommendation to you students. Don't tell the adjunct much, ask them everything. I got all kinds of different adjuncts in here. I got tough adjuncts and I got easy adjuncts. You're gonna get all kinds. I recommend you lead with questions. Is my scene safe? Because if he says yes, end of game. It's safe, and I know that because he said so. It's a test question. Your scene is safe. What should you do next? Well, it's not scene safety. You just said it was safe. Well, how would you know that in the world? You wouldn't, but in testing world, you do. So ask them. Now, many of my adjuncts are immediately going to say, how would you know? And you're like, oh, nuts, I got a tough one. well, I don't see any dangers here. Everything looks safe. So I'm going to go ahead and say the scene is safe. And their response is going to be, okay. And you're like, okay, what? But you can get through a lot of this by just asking, because if they have to tell you the truth. And so if they ask you, if you ask them and they tell you, then you know the truth. What you don't want to do is walk in later, we'll talk about it, and be like, all right, well, I can tell my patient's airway is patent because he's talking to me. The adjunct will say, okay. He's just acknowledging you said something. But you told him something that wasn't true. What does patent mean? Open. Specifically, it means free of obstruction. Is my airway patent? And you can tell because I'm talking to you, right? Does anybody know what stridor sounds like? Ee, ee, ee. I'm obstructing my airway. I'm essentially constricting my trachea. This sound is the sound of a partial obstruction. Ee, yeah, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Because if you said, I can tell his airway isn't obstructed because he's talking to me, they will say, okay, but it is obstructed. It's partially obstructed. And a partially obstructed airway that sounds like this one's for you, is basically one of two things. Either something is inside your airway or your airway is shrinking. Either you're choking on something or you're having a profound allergic reaction. If you hear this sound, this means you either need to start doing a choking algorithm or probably give epi to fix it. Probably. But ask, if you just ask, is my patient's airway patent? He would say, no, you hear stridor. But if you tell him, I can hear that it's patent because he's talking to me, that is a true statement partly. So the adjunct will just say, okay. So get in the habit of asking and let the tough adjuncts say, how would you know? And then you're gonna have to say, okay, well, I don't hear any airway obstructions. I don't hear stridor. You see what I'm saying? But ask. I love this from your book. It's my favorite line from your book. I expect, most books will say, if your scene's not safe, leave. This one says, if it's not safe and you can't make it safe, then leave. This is kind of the nebulous concept we were struggling with through 3, where it was just like, you said scene safety. And I'm like, yeah, but there are times you can make it safe. We run a scenario, the last cohort was the first cohort I ever had where every group that ran my firearm exercise had a person in it that was very familiar with firearms. The way the lab's supposed to go is you go in, the lab is my son shoots himself. He's playing with a gun, hits him in the head, and just blood everywhere. And you go in and the gun's on there. And many of the cohorts before, people would be like, gun, leave. And I'm like, that one won't hurt you anymore, you know? And they're like, but you said scene safety. And I'm like, look, we can make it safe. We move the gun. Now it's safe. But this last cohort, man, every single group came in and was like, oh, gun, back. Hey, buddy. Hey. Gun, drops the mag, racks the shell, sets it down. I'm like, okay, I'm glad we all know how to do this. I'm like, oh, all right. Welcome to the South. All right. In any event, if you can't make it safe, then you leave. Your patient's arm is on fire. I don't want to burn. Better call a fire truck. All right. So scene safety is important. Like I say, a lot of this stuff is like a balloon you carry through the entire scene, right? I don't want you to be like, my scene is safe. Goodbye, scene safety balloon. Mark every threshold. Every time you change rooms, change positions, you're just asking yourself, do I need more BSI? Do I need to reassess my scene safety? I went to a motor vehicle accident where a guy crashed into another car. They said one man was injured. Should I go check on the other car? But I was told one man was injured. Okay, we constantly evaluating these things. Our scenes are changing and developing, yeah? Oh man, got a story coming up. Breaks my heart. Oof.
Like Emily did a little podcast thingy. Oh yeah. And the little podcast thingy that came alive, it said that your scene is more like a movie, not a photograph.
Cool.
It was cool.
It is cool. Make sure that you guys go together.
You know how to fight.
It's a two-man job. Now, likely, this other EMT here at the truck isn't doing anything wrong. Maybe this guy isn't even in his right-sided mind, doesn't even know what's happening. I mean, stuff changes fast. But make sure you go together. Make sure you're watching out for each other. Make sure you're observant. It was my biggest concern in my wife becoming a cop. I'm like, you don't have eyes for abuse yet. I mean, she was neglected emotionally, but nobody smacked her around growing up. And you develop different eyes when that happens. Distrustful of humans and where they're standing. You walk into rooms differently, watching exits, these kind of things. You go through your job long enough watching other humans and seeing what they're capable of, you start to distrust them a little bit more. And I think safely. I love beautiful lions, but I am greatly distrustful of them and their concern for my safety. I go to a scene, there's a child, he's unresponsive. I'm trying to figure it out. All of his vital signs are awesome, but he's just staring, he's catatonic. Mom's there. I don't know what to do. I said, well, what happened? Well, he got in trouble, I would have put him in timeout, and then he just snapped. I'm assessing for trauma, no burns, no breaks, no cuts, no nothing. She's crying in the truck the whole time with me. My baby. I said, Mama, we don't know yet. Let's not be scared yet. We're just watching them. Here's what I know. Here's the point for you. Don't tell people to calm down. Give them reasons to be calm. I didn't say, Mama, he's going to be okay, chill. I said, I don't know what this is either, Mama, but his blood pressure's perfect. His heart rate is excellent. He's moving good air. His pulse ox is 100%. His eyes are open. Telling her stuff I know. Good news stuff, right? Later, I'd found out when she meant by timeout is she took her little boy and she put his head on a seat and she sat on him for a couple hours. The whole time, what cheeses me off is the whole time I was soothing her. That's what I remember. I don't remember what the kid looked like. I don't remember what the mom looked like, but I remember sitting there consoling her for 30 minutes as we got to the hospital, only to find out she put her baby in a coma he would never come out of. Whew. You become less trust. Mom says, I did everything I could. And my mind goes to that. I'm like, I've met other moms before. All right, we'll take it at one step at a time, Mom. Right? But open your eyes, be aware. Trust the hair that stands up on the back of your neck. When you ask, how many patients do I have? What's my number of patients? An easy adjunct will say, 1. A tough adjunct will say, how would you know? Well, and then you're like, well, I'm on scene. I only see this guy there. Is that my only patient? Sure. Thanks. Great. So it's important to ask, is this my only patient? And even in non-traumatic situations, is anybody else here sick? I walk in, I get dispatched essentially, 22-year-old male. He's got complaints of nausea, vomiting. I walk in. One of my first questions, anybody else here sick? Yeah, my girlfriend is too. Cool. Mask for me, please. Something you got, she got. Something she got, you got. Little boy is red of skin, nauseated. Mom's really concerned. She said, I'm sorry, just feeling so nauseated myself. Now they're both nauseated. Now I have more than one patient. Carbon monoxide leak. Everybody in the house is sick. Number of patients can change big time based on MVC. Yeah, you know me. Motor vehicle collision, sometimes MVA, motor vehicle accident. Hazmat scenes may include a ton of patients, maybe triage situations, like I said before. Flu-like symptoms, nausea, vomiting, coughing, malaise. Do we know malaise? Mal in Espanol? Mal? Bad. Malaise is to feel bad. Like, I'm just weak, I feel bad. Flu-like symptoms might be contagious stuff. Be mindful of your number of patients. Sometimes you get dispatched. Motor vehicle against a tree, single occupant. Then you get there, and there's a lot of people in there. Maybe it was single person motor vehicle accident. Maybe he went through a crowd. Maybe he went whatever. The dispatch comes through hazy. Sometimes all you get is some dude saying, I just saw 2 people, blah, blah, it's the 5th and Main or whatever. Click, and they're just like, well, we better set a truck with what little information we know. There's in Michigan, or at least in Genesee County where I started working, the sheriffs there, some of the sheriffs were paramedics. It was awesome. Some of the deputies, I should say. They were police officers that were also paramedics. And so they drive around as a single unit in a Tahoe, show up to a scene where maybe a guy was doing something he shouldn't, put a couple of rounds in him, then run over and administer aid. Stop the bad thing from happening, then healed the good guy so we get to learn from his ways. It's like they should have been wearing capes. They were the coolest people on the planet. I always wondered how you could kind of marry the concepts, preventative violence and redemptive medicine, how you could be that anyway. I knew this one guy, I've since forgotten his name. He learned a lesson about number of patients. And this sounds a little school-like, number of patients, BSI or whatever. I mean, I learned this lesson. I walked up to a fire truck, was sitting on the side of the road, we're a single vehicle against a guardrail. He says, well, she broke her wrist. I said, oh, okay. Did you get vitals yet? Yeah, man, 120 over 80, blah, blah, blah. Start assessing her, splint the wrist, asking her medical history, get her into the truck. Fireman says, you guys out? I said, yeah. He said, you're not waiting for the helicopter? I was like, the helicopter? And he was like, yeah, for the person pinned under their car. And I'm like, excuse me? And he's like, yeah, down in the ditch. That's where everybody else is. There's a person pinned down. And I'm like, why would you let me spend 10 to 15 minutes assessing this patient when I have a critical... Okay, now we would always say a poor carpenter blames his tools. I think it's pretty obvious who the tool is in this situation, but in any event, if I had just said, hey buddy, is this my only patient, what would he have said? No. I'd have been like, no, what else you got? And he'd be like, oh, down there is a critical patient. So we can say a little this is kind of school-like, and maybe in the field you don't hear anybody doing this, but I can tell you a list of mistakes I made where a student wouldn't have if they just did what I told them to. Where my buddy learned this, essentially, is, it just came to me, Dave is his name. Dave was a deputy in Genesee County, and he was a paramedic. And unlike most of the cops he was kind, and he was good, and he was sweet, and he loved people, and he loved taking care of them. And he was gone for a series of months, and I eventually found him at like a Kroger or something. He wasn't in uniform. I was like, Dave, you were the best. What happened? Where are you? He said, I ran a call where a car went off into a lake. I dove into the water. I pulled the woman out of the front seat. She was in cardiac arrest. I resuscitated her. I saved her life. But the event of it was so traumatic, I don't think I could ever go back to work. I said, Dave, you're a hero. He said, there was a baby in the back. And all the time I was working mom, I left that baby to drown. He never looked in the back. He never thought. He never asked himself this one important question, which is, how many patients do I have? He assumed it was the one he saw and the only one he saw. And he almost regrets saving the mom's life because she now lives knowing that her baby is dead. He left the field. That was it. And he's a hero. He just made a mistake. When considering additional help, this is usually ALS. And rest assured, if you call for a paramedic on every single scenario and graded practical you have in here, you will almost never lose points and often get many. What I don't want to do is train you to just go into the field and be like, ALS, I do nothing, ALS. No, you do lots of stuff. We always say medics make the money, EMTs save lives. Medics get a bunch of tricks and stuff to do, so many that they forget what saves lives, like good ventilations, excellent uninterrupted CPR. You might not believe me now, but you will soon. You're gonna watch some screwball medic do a million things you don't know how to do while your guy Guppy breathes to death. Consider an additional help. Now, you can call immediately. You can say, and how many patients do I have? 2? All right. Let's go ahead and get fire en route and ALS just in case we need them. There's not really anything wrong with that. But here's my preference. I write your scenarios and operate under, we will dispatch everyone that is available at the time. So mostly this is you just thinking about it, kind of like a pre-plan. I might need medics, I might need whatever. And if you call them at the time, they usually, if you call dispatch, hey dispatch, chat 10, go ahead. Hey, look, can I get fire en route and paramedics? And they'll say, yeah, we've got them en route. They're 30 minutes out. Mostly, I just want you to start thinking about who you might need based on what you currently have. And then later, I will create a trigger for you to call them. But it's okay for you to call here. I want medics and I want fire truck. I need PD. I need the Morton Saver girl. I need Santa Claus. I need everyone. And they'll be like, great. They're en route. They're 21 minutes out. Your scenario ends in 20, you know? So I mostly need you considering what you might need, and then we'll talk later about calling them. In class, ALS is rarely dispatched immediately. 100% the wrong answer. So general impression, make sure you ask, what is my general impression? Like I said, you're going to come in here, see a completely naked mannequin, maybe even a man, and they're going to say something like, you see a 24-year-old female with no arms and legs. And you're like, okay, well, that doesn't look like a female to me, and they have all appendages. But now I just kind of have to pretend that, right? It's difficult. My recommendation is you ask what the general impression is. I'll never forget a doctor telling me, he said, the residents, you got to be a resident for a couple of years before you kind of move on from that process. I used to call them docklings, little docklings, because they follow the doctor like ducks. But this guy I knew, essentially, he worked at an ER. He would say, I would take my docklings, essentially, and for that first week, I barely even let them treat patients. We just walk room to room. We walk in the door, we see a guy sitting there, and a patient sitting there in the bed, and say, does he look well or not well? They'd be like, well. Okay, next. Well or not well? Just get a general idea, bird's eye view. Like, how tightly puckered am I right now? Am I about to do CPR on somebody's kid? Does this guy look like maybe he's just got a bellyache? Like, are they well or not well? And then we just keep zooming in farther and farther. Obvious life threats is our first real hook. This is the one where interventions might happen right now. Obvious life threats is a category of things that we might see or experience that supersede whether or not our patient has a pulse or is breathing. Can you think of anything that might be more important to do for somebody before even checking for their pulse or breathing? T? Massive hemorrhage. Tourniquet might work, depending on their neck. It'll solve a couple of problems, won't it? Say it again. So this is largely why I bring it up. The way I'm teaching you is how you will be graded. The book will list things in there like, oh, what if it's a foreign body airway obstruction? And I'd say, well, that is true. If somehow I knew that walking up, like I might go into a Heimlich before checking a pulse or something like that. So not being able to breathe. So the reason I bring this stuff up is there are a few things I expect you to know that will fall into obvious life threats. And it isn't usually airway, breathing, and circulation stuff. Major hemorrhage is one of them. A sucking chest wound that requires a hand placed on it immediately. I did my best to kind of list some things, but the truth is you don't need to know what they are right now if you ask if there are any. If you walk in and you say, well, I don't see any life threats, so I'm okay, and the adjunct is like, dude, he's being attacked by a German Shepherd. Or he's got this, he's got that, he's got a knife in it. Is a knife stuck in a chest a life threat? And in what way? So what are you going to do to that, though?
Stabilize.
Yeah, stabilize it, right? So in my opinion, an impaled object can be a life threat. Maybe you don't know what to do with that yet. But my point is if you go in and you ask, then he has to tell you. Yes, he does have a life threat. It's this. Now, you may not know what to do with that right now, and that's all right. But life threats are essentially the stuff that supersedes all the rest, okay? Oftentimes, this is in our trauma patients who are bleeding, where while I'm assessing them, I just need to put pressure on a wound. Now, if we zoom out, kind of looking at this patient assessment sheet, I think we can break down the idea of life threats into three major categories. But ultimately, this whole primary assessment is just looking for stuff that can kill you quick, that I can intervene on just as quick. The first one occurs simply asking obvious life threats. Do I see any obvious life threats? Stuff I need to handle right now. Then, some stuff you won't see in the book is me talking about how down here in ABCs is what I call our apparent life threats. I walk in, you see a 32-year-old male, he's sitting on the ground. Are there any obvious life threats? No. Guess he's fine. I'm going to start assessing his ABCs. Is my airway patent? Yes, it is. Guess he's fine. No, we don't stop there. What's his breathing rate? It's 6 times a minute. Is he going to die from that? Yes, he is. I have just discovered a life threat that wasn't so obvious across the room. So when you get lost out there, you're ultimately thinking, okay, wait a second. Is there a life threat I can see way out here? No? Let me get in closer. How's his airway, breathing, and circulation? Any life threats there? No? Pop them clothes. Time to look around. Any life threats sneaky in there? No. We're not cutting the clothes off all of our patients. I did, because I'm a full-service clinician. I go all the way. But we're going to have to kind of learn when to and not to do some of these things. Some of these life threats, certainly during the obvious life threats, this requires immediate intervention. Delay of that is usually 5 to 10% off the top of your grade. If you say, does the patient have any obvious life threats? And the adjunct says, yes, it's this, and you don't immediately address it, the highest score you can get now is probably a 90, doing everything perfect. Why is that? Because if you don't, they're dead, because you're delaying care. That's right. I get a student, essentially, does an amazing job, non-rebreather, BVM, all these different things, whatever. Never puts his hand on a bleeding injury. The guy bleeds out for 20 minutes while he does a perfect patient assessment, right? It would have been better had that guy never shown up. So make sure obvious life threats, that's essentially immediately what you're intervening on. This can be all kinds of things, you know. Animal attacking, people attacking, the person's actively drowning. Fires, traffic, oftentimes we'll see this with bleeding, venomous duck, you know, who knows. But the point is you don't have to know all those things, and I don't have to list them all, because if you ask, they will have to say yes or no, unless they say, how would you know? And you're like, okay, well, I don't see any, so now I'm going to start zooming in and begin my assessment. Sucking chest wounds might require something like a gloved hand. Essentially, if you get a hole in your chest, air will start going into your chest. But that's okay, right? That's where my lungs are. Why is air in your chest a problem? Because air belongs in your lungs, not in your chest. But do you know it's in your chest, so what is it squishing? It's going to restrict everything else in it, much like the gastric insufflation when you're doing a BVM. It's minimizing the space. And in fact, the more air that gets pulled into that space, the less your lungs can expand. Yeah.
Before that, would we put like a sort of a straw in there to release air?
Mm-mm.
We would just leave it where it is?
Yeah. In a sense, if I see a hole in a person's chest, I need to immediately apply what's called an occlusive dressing. What does occlusive mean? Closed off, blocked, right? Because if you are eating on a chicky nugget and it occludes your airway, what's not moving through your windpipe? Wind, right? Or a chicky nugget, which is the saddest part of the story. I don't want air to get into this person's chest, so I've applied an occlusive dressing. Is this an occlusive dressing? Well, it's at least occlusive. And that's step one of the immediate intervention. Do I see any life threats? He says, yes, you see a sucking chest wound. Great, I'm going to apply a gloved hand. Why am I applying a gloved hand and not a bandage? Say it again.
A bandage isn't occlusive.
Because a bandage might not be occlusive, but a glove is. No air is going to move through that latex nitrile glove. But if I put a piece of gauze on there, blood's going to go in, air's going to go in, maybe blood's going to come out. Tourniquet, like Evan said, right? It's ex-girlfriend of mine. Sometimes blading might be something we address later. Sometimes it needs to be addressed right now. If I pulled a razor down here and I started bleeding, how would you know if it was an artery or a vein? Spurting, how much blood is lost because there's higher pressure in the vessel. Color of it, maybe. You can't say that anymore. It's racist.
Oh.
Okay. Maybe where it's located, yeah, if you were a scientist, yeah. Well, you probably would based on location. Yeah, absolutely. There's a myriad of different things, but here's the issue, right? Okay, so I slit wrist across here. I know it's an arterial bleed because it's bright, because it's red, because it's spurting, because it's high pressure, right? You show up on scene. Young man has slit himself across the wrist. It's now trickling out of him. Is it a major life threat?
Yeah.
How do you know? You think it's a vein? Why do you think it's a vein?
There's a lot of blood coming out.
A lot of blood coming out?
Let's not assume this is the worst it's gonna get, so.
Asking for a friend.
Immediately just patch it up. It doesn't matter if it's an artery vein or what it is. I want to.
Okay, I love that answer. It doesn't matter what it is.
The amount of blood on the ground.
Amount of blood on the ground? Sure. Look, here's one of the things we'll get a jump start on trauma. Everyone thinks, I know it's an artery, therefore I know it's a big deal. And I know it's an artery because it's spraying the color or whatever. But all things trend towards zero. So this guy's trickling dark red blood. Great. Well, if you'd have seen him 15 minutes ago, it was spraying across the room. They all trend towards zero. How would I know in a scenario whether or not that was actually an arterial blood killing him, a venous bleed killing him, or merely just a capillary one that looked like a bunch of bleed? How would I know? I ask if it's a life threat. Ask them. They have to tell you the truth or dismiss you. Ask them. Because if I walk in and I say, oh, that's a lot of blood, and trust me, blood smeared out looks like a ton. Man, I had a scene once where a guy took a Jack Daniel bottle and he smashed it and then just drug it across his neck. Yeah, that's pretty close. Drug it across his neck, blood everywhere, everywhere. Unbelievable. I went to a vaginal bleed once, and usually those are like, okay, sweetie, where is it at? Can I get you anything? Da da da. I walked in and it was just blood flowing up over my boots. The young lady laying on the carpet, just I was in a pond, talking to me, man. And I was like, this came from your no-no place? What in the world? I put in a 16 gauge needle. I'm talking to the student at the time. She's like, yeah, I'm all right. It doesn't even hurt. It's just a lot of blood. I'm like, yeah, baby, like all of it. And she's like, yeah. I said, well, we're going to do a 16. My partner's like, 16? She's talking to us. I said, yeah, but we're going to put a 16 in case she gets weak and feels like she's going to pass out. And she's like, yeah. And I was like, yeah, what? And she's like, oh. And I was like, well, there it is. Yeah, okay. That part made sense, right? In any event, some of this stuff requires immediate intervention. The best way through it is to ask. Nobody's dying from tourniquets as long as they're placed correctly. So if you're not sure, throw a tourniquet on and move on. We'll figure it out later. We're not losing limbs because of tourniquets. Let's just pull that pin now. Once we move through obvious life threats, now we're going into level of consciousness. Do I want to say this? You say it back? I think it's too much to say. I don't know how to phrase it. I'm just going to start talking here a little bit, but it does feel like something that should be repeated. Oh, no, I got it. I'll say this, you say it back to me. The two hallmarks of hemodynamic stability is level of consciousness and blood pressure. Amen. Okay. The point I'm trying to make there in that long-winded science-y thing is to say the two things that I use to immediately assess whether or not your brain is perfusing is your level of consciousness and your blood pressure. If your level of consciousness is too low or altered, what organ is struggling? Your brain is dying. Your brain is dying. Now, it's not always the case, but if you think every time you see a person that isn't just sleepy, they can't become unlethargic, they're altered in this way, I want you to think, oh, this guy's brain is dying. That's what does that. If you can't remain consciousness, your brain is missing oxygen or sugar or the blood that carries them both, usually, okay? Level of consciousness is easily determined by using the AVPU scale. This is how I want you to do it. Essentially, you say, I'm going to walk in, what's my general impression? Oh, you see a young lady, she's laying on a bed. Okay, are there any obvious life threats? No obvious life threats. Okay, I see no need to intervene then. I'm now going to check level of consciousness. Did she track me when I came in? I mean, it's very normal. I'll bet someone comes in this door, everyone's going to look. Most people. Maybe not Thomas today. Most people are going to look when that door opens. It's natural to track things as they come into the room. Now, whatever you do, I will be grading you, making sure that I know that you know where they fall on this. What you don't want to do is say, oh, its general impression is a man seated in a chair or whatever, and you're just like, hey, buddy, can you hear me? Like, Kate, well, you just walked up to him, touched him, and talked to him. And you're like, okay, I'm going to go through C-spine considerations. The adjunct is like, I don't think he has any idea where he falls on this scale. Now, the best way through all of this is to say the steps and do the steps. When I have you grade each other on this for funsies, you'll see it's so hard to grade somebody doing a scenario, and every time they go out of order, it becomes impossible. Now, we can do it, but it'll be real tough in the beginning for you. So make sure you're doing this, right? Something like this. Okay, I see my patient. It looks like he's looking at me. Is that accurate? They're like, yeah, he is. I'm like, okay, I'm going to call my patient alert. Or if I come in and say, is my patient tracking me? No, their eyes are closed. No, they are not. I'm like, okay, hey, ma'am, can you hear me? No response. Okay. I'm going to go up and flick her nose, right? She reacts. Like, okay, I'm going to call this patient responsive to pain. Or my patient is unresponsive, they did not respond to pain. Make sure you articulate this. I need to know that you did it on purpose. Was?
They have to not be all three to be unresponsive.
Say it again?
They have to check off like unresponsive to all three of those to being unresponsive completely.
Because if you respond to normal stimuli, if you respond only to verbal stimuli, or if you don't respond to either of those but can respond to painful stimuli, in all those cases, you are responsive to something. You're either fully alert, responsive only to verbal, responsive only to pain, or if none of those are true, you are unresponsive.
What was that phrase? You only need one of those to be responsive?
Well, let's start backwards. I've got a person in cardiac arrest. Will they respond to pain?
No.
No. Will they respond to verbal? No. Are they completely alert? No. Let's get a patient here who's fallen into, let's say, I don't want to say fallen into, you go to sleep tonight, okay? Are you unresponsive? How would you know?
You start rubbing on my chest, I'll wake up and punch you in the face.
If I walk in the room and I'm just like, Bossy, what are you doing in my bedroom? He's probably gonna wake up, which tells me he's responded to something, right? Now, if I walk in and I'm like, Rossi, what are you doing in my garage again? And he's just eyes shut on the floor or whatever, I don't just leave. I'm not sure if he's responsive to anything yet. I'm gonna walk up and kick him. Well, shouldn't say that. Don't kick your patients. But I'm gonna walk up and elicit painful stimuli, sternum rub. So to answer your question, a person is only deemed unresponsive if they don't respond to painful stimuli or verbal stimuli.
Is it like a scale in a way? Because if you add
It is a scale. We are all arguably fully alert. If you fall asleep, you're not unresponsive. You're probably just now responsive to verbal. But even then, I don't even know that I would say that. Even as I articulate that, that seems a little misleading. If I wake you up with my voice and you can stay awake, you're not even altered. You were just sleeping. But essentially, if you go to every time I'm not talking to you, you fall asleep, your brain is failing. You should be able to keep yourself conscious without somebody else saying, hey, hey, hey. If I overdose on heroin, I'll bet you I'm not responsive to verbal. Hey, buddy, get up. Stop ODing. Please, sir. No response? Well, you're not unresponsive, because watch this. When I go over there and sternum rub him, he's going to twist in. Why? Because his brain isn't dead. It's dying. He's lower on the ladder.
This is the connection I was trying to make with the consciousness that, pain will be the last. It doesn't mean
That's right. It's the last light in the hotel to go off is your response to pain. There's a reasonable question about faking patients. This comes more into clinicianship. We'll talk, do I do it here? I don't think I talk about it here. I do. Watch, I can show you, right? This is corny. You can practice this at home. A lot of people like to hurt people, right? A lot of people, not a joke. Okay, what a world. Anyway, we've got a patient and I think they're faking unresponsiveness. I'm not saying you just lead in there with a sternum rub because you're about to show them the error of their ways. What I would do is a corneal reflex test. Now, I don't actually do a corneal reflex test. Corneal reflex test is for testing fundamental neurology. They'll take a Q-tip basically and touch it to your cornea. I'm not doing that, but here is what I'm doing. Essentially, let's say Leah has her eyes closed because she's trying real hard to let me know that she's unconscious, but she isn't. Okay? Javier's got his eyes closed. There you go. Now, I'm working and the fire's saying, look, he's unresponsive, he's this and that. A lot of people just go in and sternum rub him, see him react and be like, I knew he was faking. But you don't have to do that. All you got to do,
Touch his eyeball.
you see him react?
No, turn him around.
No, I'll do you. Close your eyes. All you got to do, you don't got to do a sternum rub.
I can't see.
All you got to do,
Girl, me.
oh, you see her react? Nobody see it over here? Okay. Watch, we'll have Andrew do it to you. Close your eyes, pull your glasses up. Okay, close your eyes. Okay, all I want is for you to go up and do that. No, on his eye. Ooh, you see him react? Wasn't even painful. So my recommendation for you is if you think someone is faking, you just tap them on the eye. You can't stop that reflex from happening. It is incredibly jarring, is it not? Unless you're unresponsive, then you won't react to it. Now, I don't do that often. It's just when I thought someone was faking. And there were plenty of times I got down, I was like, all right, baby, well, we got you. Oh, crap, she's actually out. But what people will often do in the reverse is they'll walk up and be like, I'll show them. And they're like, ow. And I'm like, okay, you didn't need to hurt them. We all knew they were faking. Just be chill. Little tap on the eye. Go home. Whoever you're sleeping next to tonight, when they're out, tap them. They won't react. Why? Because they're unconscious. You push hard enough to wake them up, they'll be responsive to pain. Yeah.
My pillow doesn't have eyes.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I'll send you a link.
Thank you.
All right. We know AVPU. What's A stand for? Alert. V?
Verbal.
P?
Pain.
U? I'll model it, then I want you to practice it with a peer. Okay, so I'm gonna do it. Mr. Adjunct, I walked in, is my patient tracking me?
Yes.
Okay, so they're alert. I walk in, is my patient tracking me?
No.
No. Okay. Sir, can you hear me?
Can't hear you.
Can't hear me. Okay, I'm gonna elicit painful stimuli. Do they react to that? Okay. He did. Now, I'm glad I modeled it essentially because let me give you another instruction. Your patient is completely unresponsive and I want you to go through each step with your partner and then they go through each step with you, but you need to discover they're unresponsive step by step. Any questions? Nope. Okay, let's do it. Waz has a great question. Waz, what's your question?
So the person's wide awake. They're zoned out.
I walk in, somebody's just staring, catatonic. Okay?
So what do I do? Do I just pack him up and go? Because I can't ask him any more questions. He's not going to respond to anything.
Well, to be clear, I want to make sure that we have gone through our alertness assessment, right? I want to walk up and be like, hey, buddy, you all right? Just staring. What do I do next? It is not alert, but well, at least I should say this, right? I mean, you know the steps already. Okay, I'm your patient. You get to AVPU, begin.
Is my patient tracking me?
Let's do it like you're real and there is no adjunct, okay?
Okay. They're not tracking me. Hey, sir, can you hear me? Sir? That's a pain response. And then they'd be
Unresponsive. Can you pick that person up and take them out?
Yeah.
Under implied consent. Now, I am conscious, or at least my eyes are opened, but I am unresponsive. My brain is busted or dying in some way. Something's wrong. So, good question. Doesn't always mean their eyes are closed. Not necessarily. You all right?
Weird scenario, you have a person who's like, let's say that they have a disability, so like they don't necessarily respond to pain or verbal, but they can like track you with their eyes. So can you stop there? If you like their eyes can follow you, but they can't say or like don't respond to.
Okay, so now we have a scenario where I say, hey, buddy, how you doing? And they're staring at me. And then I say, tell me your name. No response.
But they're nonverbal, you don't know that.
Right. So is the question, where do you put them on that scale?
Yeah, I guess
Okay, just like you said, they are alert, but nonverbal. And sometimes the stroke, sugar, psychosis will do that. I learned a lot about myself. I picked up a patient side of the road, pretty young girl. She was probably 25. Found her in the grass. She was just picking grass. Somebody called because there was a girl acting funny. I got on scene, man, and she just locked eyes with me. And I was like, hey, sweetie, all right? And she just would smile every time you said something. And I was like, okay, well, look, I'm going to touch your hand, make sure we're safe. That okay? She'd just smile. I said, all right, baby, I'm going to pick you up and put you on the stretcher. Is that okay? She'd smile. But she just, dude, I mean, stared into my soul. Stared into my soul. I picked her up, put her on the stretcher, vital signs checked out. Everything was fine, but this girl was missing a piece. She just stared, you know? I took her over to the hospital. We dropped off care. I said, I don't know anything about her. Just found her in the grass. She stares and smiles. She's polite as could be, whatever. I would later learn that she had a form of psychosis that she's medicated for. And when she doesn't take the medication, she just can't connect dots. She just stares. You know, that was her big deal. But I learned a decent amount about myself because I very often would drop patients off at the hospital and then throughout my shift go check on them again. I kept checking on her. I wanted to be looked at like that. You laugh, you're laughing, but I'm serious. It just, I mean, I'm like, what does it say about a person's brain when an unhealthy brain stares at him in a way that makes him feel better, you know? Anyway, I wanted to check on her for sure, but I kept going back because I was just to be, I mean, man, I was a person's sole focus. I'm trying to figure out why I teach for a living, but surely it's about education. In any event, alter mental status and level of consciousness. It's so funny. That's why people say, oh, you're funny. I'm like, well, a lot of times I just say stuff and then people laugh. I didn't even realize it was a joke. Alter mental status, alter level of consciousness. Altered mental status, anxiety. I'm going to forget to tell you when I go back and forth, brother. I appreciate being flexible. Anxiety and confusion, these are problems. Oftentimes these can be hypoxia or hypoglycemia because, again, they're pointing towards a brain missing the things that it needs. But it's when we go to altered level of consciousness that we're noticing we are on the other side of this peak. This is perhaps one of the most important slides that you will see in this whole program. Now, it's not perfect yet, but it does a ton of work. Your job is trying to figure out, A, if a person is on this shape, and B, which side of the peak they are on. If a person is a quart low on blood, their heart rate is going to go up. Why would a person's heart rate go up if they were low on blood? Because what little blood they have, they need to move faster now, yeah? Why would a person's respiratory rate increase? It's not a lung problem. Say it again. Low oxygen. So they have to move what little oxygen they have faster or bring in more to compensate. This whole side is us trying to determine compensation versus decompensation. Are you fighting the fight? Have you lost it now? And am I watching you die? Now, this isn't the same shape for everybody. Healthy people might get more time on this side. Geriatric people may get less. Pediatrics definitely will get more. So this shape changes somewhat based on your patient's condition and situation. You shouldn't look at this and say, well, I'm just waiting for the heart rate to go low. No, if I shoot you in the brain, you're going to be on the other side of that in a hurry. If I get 4 pinpricks, I'm never going to the other side of it, even though I'm getting an increased heart rate. So this shape changes somewhat, but just know that compensation is over here. This is the increasing vital signs. I'm being careful not to say tachycardia. Now, I do think that it's safe enough for you to be like 60 to 100 is normal for an adult, which means 70 isn't weird, 80 isn't weird, 100 isn't weird. I think sometimes students get too wrapped up in saying, but what's your normal? I'm like, don't worry about his normal too much. Worry about what is normal for most humans. Now, basically what's happening here is as you are struggling, eventually you will no longer be able to struggle. Let's see. Got this. No. Anybody got a heavy bag? Maybe if we put a book in it. What do you got?
Mine's not that heavy.
What about this one? This one's crazy. It's just big. It's not heavy. No, it's just big. Oh Lord, sorry.
Here's one.
With a book in it? Let me. Oh yeah, that one looks fun.
I just thought we'd need it today.
No, I don't think you'll ever need it, but okay. I am pretty convinced you're the strongest human in this room. Let me say it again. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'd say I was.
Yeah, I bet. Well, you can play, sweetie. Come here. We'll get her a bag.
Oh, I'm kidding.
Nah.
I got you.
Okay.
Remember,
All right. Let's teach him compensation, decompensation. All right, I want you to hold this bag out like this. Now, his muscles are tightening up in here. Is his arm requiring more work than it was before? It is, which means his heart rate's going to go up. Why? He needs more blood here to do this work, right? So he is compensating for this weight, right? And he's doing well, straight as an arrow. He's compensating. Is his heart rate going to... We're watching it waver, yeah? We're watching it waver. Now, this is the heart rate. It's 110. No, it's a perfect hand. I was worried I'd be here all day. It's 110 heart rate. It's 120 heart rate because he's low on blood. He can't breathe. You see the shake happening? His body is now asking for more than his respiratory rate and his heart rate can keep up with. Oh, do we see it shifting? He just went over the hump. He just started decompensation. He could hold it out. His heart rate's up. It's going up. It's going up. And we just watched his metaphorical blood pressure drop. No matter how high his heart went, no matter how much he breathed, all the work he's done, the bench presses, the lifting, all these kind of things, it wasn't enough, and eventually it gave out. Now, this was a metaphor, him holding this bag. But if this was a bleed that he was holding, if it was a gunshot, if it was a hole in his lung, if it was a brain injury, once he gave up there, then his heart would start to decrease. Oh, good, it's not 140 anymore. No. He's dying. That's why it's going down. Well done. Right? I'm having a hard time carrying it back to the back of the room. My man goes lefty on it. All right. That's compensation, decompensation in a nutshell. And it mirrors largely respiratory distress and respiratory failure. This side of my room, you guys are respiratory distress. Everybody raise your right arm. Good job. This side of the room, you are my respiratory failure. Raise your left arm. Okay, everybody goes down. I'm going to say a thing. You raise your hand if it belongs on your side.
What side are we again?
The left side.
That joke told itself, didn't it? Right? It was like alley-oop. I picked correctly. Okay, here we go. Bradypnea. Evan, how do you know? Or why do you think?
Her heart is slowing.
Slowing. Now this is implying that we've got a patient that is in danger in the first place, perhaps. All right? You go to talk to your patient. When you talk to him, he wakes up, but you got to keep talking to him to keep him awake. Most of you don't need someone talking to you to keep you awake, right? And what organ is failing if you can't keep yourself awake? Your brain. Well done. Your patient is breathing too fast. Okay. Anybody think of an example why somebody might be breathing too fast or faster than normal and it's a good thing? Say it again. Exercise. I've heard of it. Very good. Your patient is confused. Is confusion and disorientation altered mental status or level of consciousness? Mental status, right? So I'd be like, I'm the Easter Bunny. Okay, I'm not sleepy or lethargic at all, but I'm obviously pretty confused, unless you've seen the tapes. Your patient has a blood pressure, they're an adult, they have a blood pressure of 156/92. Fight, fight, fight. Is 156/92 hypertension? Right? 156/92 is a sign that the body is ramping up. That's right. Whereas if it were low blood pressure, we would have failure, right? If you are waiting for hypotension to reveal itself, what have you probably missed? Maybe hypertension, which is almost the first thing that happens, even if only for a little bit. What else have you missed? Heart rate, breathing rate, mental status. The amount of times I've had ALS be on scene and say, "What are you starting a line for, dude? His blood pressure's fine." And I'm like, "Because he's tachypnic." And they're like, "So what?" I'm like, "So what? Where the hell did you go to school?" If I wait for hypotension, I am now pushing the rock back up the wrong way. We need early This is shock in a nutshell. This is shock in a nutshell. What this looks like for you, and this seems like a poorly placed location for that, I guess based on level of consciousness. Let me just cut to the... No, I can't. It's too far away. I think that slide is in the wrong spot, but it's a great conversation. Next, I want to talk essentially about C-spine precautions. Evan.
So is the downside of that hill shock?
The whole thing is shock.
The point is the tippity top shock.
The whole thing is shock. Basically would say, you know, if I lost my left leg and started bleeding, my body is in compensated shock. If I lost my left leg, did a bunch of blood go with it?
Yeah.
So now my body has to compensate for that loss. That's shock. But I am in the compensated state. I'm in this state. I'm holding it just fine. Well, but I'm low on blood. Yeah, but I'm compensating. Well, you're not in shock. Well, I am and I amn't. At a certain point, I will not be able to compensate for it, and my blood pressure will drop. I'm not now in shock. I just am in a different stage of shock now, the decompensated. After that, at the decompensated state, I might be able to save your life. Start a line, give fluid, put your leg back on, whatever the case. At a certain point, it doesn't matter what you do. We will then move into irreversible shock. It doesn't matter what you do. There are many stages of shock. We'll talk about that during our trauma lectures. Anyways, manual C-spine. You have to consider C-spine very early and before most of this stuff. Now, what it doesn't mean is that you put somebody in a C-collar and full spinal immobilization. That's not what that means. This just means as I come up to assess Sulei's got her eyes closed, her head is set back, and I don't know how she got into this chair, so I'm just considering C-spine right now. Talking to her friend, and she's like, no, she felt weak, she just sat down. I say, okay, well, I don't see any need to do anything with that C-spine now. But I need to put a little worm in your brain to make sure that this is the moment that you're thinking about it. Because if you walk up, essentially, Andrew's laying on the floor, I need you thinking like, maybe he fell there. Maybe he broke his neck and fell. Maybe he tripped and fell, hit his head. So we need to consider C-spine very early. It changes the way, because I don't want to be like, oh, I'm not sure why she's sitting here. I guess I'll just check her pulse and she's unconscious. I'm moving her all around. Crack and crack and crack and it goes to the neck. Yeah.
The first thing that we would do if we see somebody on the ground is suggest CPR. We're like, oh, this person's passed out.
No, don't do that. Essentially, the summary was, shouldn't the first thing I do is CPR? No, in fact, if you see somebody unconscious on the ground, I spent a whole day teaching you what to do. What do I want you to do first? Is my scene safe? That girl. Next.
Can you hear me?
Sir, can you hear me? But you notice we've jumped down the patient assessment a bit, right? Then after can you hear me, what do I want? Check a pulse. No. No, sorry. No check a pulse. I was trying to mislead you. Yes, I want you to, just the unresponsiveness is enough to go get the AED and get ALS en route. Why though? Because if you have an altered level of consciousness, your brain is not working. Something's wrong. That's all that before CPR. Full spinal immobilization. This is log rolling, backboard. We'll get into all this stuff. Manual C-spine is just manual inline C-spine situations. If I come over and I've got a person laying, they're unresponsive. A lot of times what I do as a medic is I just essentially just put my knees next to their head. If I put my knees next to their head, now they're not moving their head around and my hands are free to work. I'm just making sure I'm considerate of that C-spine in line.
Knee on the top of their head.
Yeah, I thought so. Here, lay down for me, sweetie. I was like,
Right here.
I'm gonna put my knees next to your head, okay? So I walk in, I say, is my patient tracking me? No? Okay, my patient's not tracking me. Hey, ma'am, can you hear me?
She can't hear you.
Can't hear me. I'm gonna elicit painful stimuli, right? Sternum rub, any reaction? No, we do a test corneal reflex, right? Okay. Nothing. Okay, my patient's unresponsive. The next thing I'm gonna do is consider manual C-spines. C-spine, she only got one. And so all I'll do is essentially just set my two knees right here. Now my hands are free, I'm able to kind of assess, check pulses, keep moving, but essentially I'm making sure that her C-spine is in line just by using my knees here, right? Now, boys and girls, do you see how I'm not sitting over her?
Yeah.
Let's be mindful of that. The amount of times I see people not doing what I'm doing is uncanny. So I'm up here, essentially, I've just got my knees next to her because I don't want her head to move too much, but I can still kind of work and move, open her airway, all kinds of stuff, right? So this is manual C-spine, holding it just on the side. Well, I guess we gotta sit up now, so I'm gonna stand up. Right. Manual C-spine, I'm just holding it in line. She's driving her car. Right, there's probably more like one hand lean back. Yeah, okay. I get in the passenger side or whatnot, I just say, hey ma'am, look, I'm gonna put my hands here. Are you okay? How you feeling? Right, I'm just holding it in line so that when she moves, I keep her spine in line with her so that way there's none of this, right? Cool, thanks, good try. Make a great corpse, it's beautiful. Now, this manual C-spine is both neutral and in line. What that means is essentially is that I want people's spine held in the natural position. The inline part means, like you saw when she was moving, I was moving it with her. I'm not like stationarily holding her head as a pivot point for the rest of her body. I learned this lesson because I watched a guy, well, I saw a guy who had got crushed to death by a forklift. He was, but he forgot the one most important lesson is if your forklift is going to crash, you ride it down. You don't jump out. He jumped out, it squashed him. I get on scene, his skin was shiny because it had like pressed so hard that it had like, I don't know.
It didn't deglove.
No, it did not. It didn't deglove, but I'd never seen it before like that. It pushed so hard it made it shiny, like it, I don't even know what it was. Anyway, it was strange. It was real strange. He was all messed up and he's whatever. So I told the fireman, I said, hey, why don't you go ahead and hold C-spine for me? But nobody had ever told him that we needs it in line to be careful. This guy was so strong, that head was never moving. And my patient seized. I heard a crack in his neck and he never moved or breathed again. Now, I don't know exactly what happened, but in my mind, I'm like, that fireman just killed that guy. Yep. Because he was holding C-spine so good that it became a pivot point for his neck. And that guy stopped moving, apneic, and he died in the hospital. Or maybe he died right there. Yeah, and so if I've got Javier, essentially, I've got manual C-spine being held and it's in line. I'm not holding it at an angle, I'm holding it straight up and down. Javier will go essentially to kind of lean to the right. And I'm like, woo, I'm moving with him. What I'm not doing is he moves to the right. You see what I'm saying? I need to be like, hey, stop moving, buddy. I got you. Stop moving. We got to keep this in line. Neutral position. I'm not hyperextending. I'm not flexing. I'm keeping it in line, neutral position.
Where to start season, so to speak, when you're in high school, you just kind of
Yeah, you chase him a little bit. Chase him a little bit. It's your whole job. It's in fact, you'll see. It's why sometimes people get on scene and they'll be like, I got C-spine. Well, because it's your whole job. Now you don't have to do anything else. I'm leading the call, I got C-spine. Like, no, let him get C-spine. Come do your job. Yeah. All right, introductions. Essentially, we want to make sure that we're introducing ourselves and our partner every time. We need to humanize people, not objectify them. We need to put them at ease, and nothing does that like saying, hey, you have value, you have worth, I care about your name, I care about my partner, here's who we all are. Also, it's a good way of tracking consciousness. Later you could ask, what's my name? I don't remember. Ooh. All kinds of different things, okay? Introduce yourself, introduce your partner. I'll give you points for it and I'll take them away if you don't. When we're talking to patients, I recommend you use their preferred name. Now, are you proud of me? There are, Lan taught me about the AFAB, AMM. I said NATO female. This morning as I was editing these things, I asked ChatGPT, I said, I use NATO female. And it was like, that's really dated language. It's like, well, I'm a dated man. So in any event, what these stand for is assigned female at birth and assigned male at birth. Now, honestly, I've got some pretty strong political or religious or spiritual beliefs and thoughts on all these things. But admittedly, they fall secondary to my patient care. I don't want you to call me John. It's not my name, and it's a stupid name. So don't call me that. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding, my dean. Okay. It's a lovely name. In any event, I don't want to be called things that I'm not. And what you don't want to be having is a discussion about what a person is, isn't, or shouldn't be called in the middle of their medical emergency. It's their day, not yours. Now, there have been plenty of times where it became important. I arrived to find what looked like a very strong man wearing a dress and high heels. Says, my name is Sally. I said, no problem, Sally. I said, what's your problem today? So, oh, my stomach hurts. I say, well, okay. When I call in the hospital, I'm going to let them know that we're en route to their facility with a 32-year-old person assigned female at birth, or male at birth in this case, forgot my story here, assigned male at birth. So I tell them straight up, I say, hey, I'm gonna tell them you were assigned male at birth so that way they know what kind of organs are in there, okay? But I'm happy to address you how you need, okay? Because there are people who have ovaries, right? Yeah. And there are people who do not. And in many years past, we would describe that as female and male, and now it's on the chopping block about what these things can, should be, or don't, or whatever, and we're not here for any of that. We're here to make them well, and we're here to keep them safe. But it can be very important in making distinguishes, because as we get into the menstrual cycles and OB parts, those questions become evasive, or not evasive, invasive.
Is it appropriate to ask, hey, have you had a surgery to have your organs changed?
I can't think of a scenario where that's an appropriate question, but I think that if you ask any of your questions with love, you can get away with anything. You know, I think if I go in for somebody that's got vaginal bleeding or genital bleeding or whatever, and they did go, okay, now it's very appropriate to ask if they've had a surgery and these kind of things. But I also think you can just ask generally, which I'll teach you later, which is just to say, have you ever had surgery? And then it'll be on them to tell you. But I think if you go in with respect and dignity, essentially, and kindness and stuff, you can do or say a lot. And when I didn't know these terms, I would just be like, were you born, you're a boy though? And they're like, no, I want to be a female. Or I am a female, or whatever the phrasing was 10 years ago, you know? And I was like, okay, I am happy to say whatever, but they need to know what you got, because they're going to start scanning things. So I'm going to let them know. But then after that, absolutely, anything you need, you know? Now I was ignorant and I didn't really know how to hang in that, but I did love them to pieces. So that's my recommendation. Use the names that they want, just like you should do for every patient. Its eye level is good. This is good for like our intellectual deficit patients, for geriatrics. You know, it does a lot of work to kind of just get down and be like, hey, I'm not a big scary thing. What do you need? I'm right here, eye level, trying to talk to you, right? I think all communication is experimental. I think that's why I'm particularly good at it. Because I think that some people think that hugs are good and some people think that hugs are bad. And most people don't know that other people disagree with them. And so most communication is experimental. Most communication is me saying, hey, how you feeling? And they're like, bad. I'm like, okay, that was the wrong question. Like, I'm not feeling very good either. What's going on with you today? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Whoops, we move this way now, right? Oh, well, I this and I that. I'm like, oh, okay, you got a guitar on the wall there. Is that yours? No, it's my stupid dad's. I'm like, oh, I also am not a huge fan of my dad, right? I mean, the whole thing is just me saying, okay, even though I'm trying to say, I love you, I love you, I love you, they're not hearing that. They're hearing something else. Well, they should know better. Maybe. But you're the expert. Change what you're saying to get what you need, right? All communication is experimental. Some of us are more aware of it than others. Like I said, get their name, get their ID. Get their name, introduce yourself. A lot of this stuff you might say, well, they're unconscious. Now what do? I guess I don't do these things. Essentially, I want you to say all this stuff every time, regardless of your patient's condition. Well, I don't know his name. I don't know his age. Look for an ID then. Is there somebody on scene? Hey, who's this? That's John. You know John? No, I don't. We went to school together a while ago. I just know his name is John. Great, that's all I got then. But don't let your patient's unconsciousness be an excuse for you to say, well, I didn't say that. I'm like, no, I'm still going to give you a 0. I always want you to try to get a name and an age. Sometimes you can get it from them, bystanders, or IDs. Once?
Is it appropriate for us to ask for social, or is that not?
Oh, we definitely will ask for a social security number. It's integral for billing. Some people won't give it.
Just for like exact identification.
Yeah, I mean, name and birthday, if they've ever been to a hospital, will be enough. But I've definitely asked for social security on every company you work for will require it. It's just not usually in the primary assessment.
Two questions now. In the patient assessment, like, are you gonna ask? Will you ask around and say, is there any bystanders that know his name?
Yeah, I'll ask bystanders. Like, let's say Sid falls out. I'm just like, hey, who is this? And Brandon's like, Sid something, Smurfenberger, I think. I'm like, okay. Like, anybody, any ID? Nothing? Okay, Sid, Smurfenberger.
And
That's the social.
yeah, if they don't, if like they're homeless or something, or they don't want to give you one, like your company, like
They'll get their money. Don't you worry about that. But if you don't have a social, then you just fill it out in whatever your company says. 9s, 0s, blanks, whatever. But I've never worked at a company that wasn't like, we need a social. That's how we bill people. The irony, of course, is it was never intended for identification, and now it's the sole purpose. One more thing before we go. Chief complaint. Basically, what we're entering into is a open-ended question followed by 2 closed-ended questions. And chief complaint is our first open-ended question. Hey, how you feeling? Hey, what's going on today? Hey, what'd you call 911 for? Or some version of, give me your own story. How do you feel? Right? If they're unconscious, that is their chief complaint. Now, we have to be careful sometimes. If a guy calls in and says, yeah, we're en route to your facility with a patient 32 years old complaining of chest pain, and then I show up and he's got an arrow in him, that doctor's going to be like, chest pain? And you'll be like, that's what he said. I'm like, great, that's not what I need. Now, if your brain works that way, I would always recommend you say second 2. We're en route to your facility with 32-year-old male who's experiencing chest pain. Second 2, a big old arrow in him. Now, I would just call in and say, I've got a patient with an arrow in his chest. His chief complaint is difficulty breathing or pain or whatever. But the chief complaint is your patient saying, this is what I think is wrong today. And listen to him. Listen to him. So many times I'm like, I do not know what this is, ma'am. What do you think it is? I don't know, maybe a stroke. I'm like, why do you think that? You didn't say anything about a headache. Well, it's just my vision lately. I'm like, okay, I'm glad I asked. Yeah, that might be a stroke. Unconsciousness is the chief complaint. Pertinent negatives is a tricky concept to describe. It'll appear mostly in documentation, but pertinent negatives is the absence of things you would expect. Pertinent negatives is the absence of things you would expect. My patient is having a heart attack. What do you expect him to have? Is it odd that he doesn't have any pain at all? It is. That is a pertinent negative. And it helps us track down our assessments. Meaning, if I think this is a heart attack, I might want to say, sir, do you have any chest pain? No, you don't. That is a pertinent negative. A guy with a heart attack often has chest pain. Well, sir, do you feel weak at all? No, I don't. Well, people who are having life-threatening heart attacks often feel weak. Pertinent negatives are absence of things I would expect. Right? It's called. Well, it helps me in determining what I got. It would be great news if a person called saying they can't breathe and I got clear lung sounds. Would I expect somebody who couldn't breathe to have maybe a problematic or advantageous lung sounds? Yeah, so it is great news that that's not it. I check a heart rate, it's 100, that's good news. I keep going through the list, and I'm like, man, I got all these pertinent negatives. I know you're having trouble breathing. I think we're gonna be all right here. So pertinent negatives is a way, most importantly, in helping you with your assessment, but also in your documentation. Well, this guy died of a heart attack. Well, you can see in my report, he had no chest pain, no weakness, no high cholesterol, no nothing. I didn't know he was having a heart attack. He had none of the things I would think of. It was just a long list of pertinent negatives. See you at 1300. Same bat channel.
Is anybody in here taking an improv class?
Now, where students will struggle with these two questions is when their chief complaint is pain or difficulty breathing. Right? So Rossi's assessing me, start with chief complaint and then go through the rest.
How are you feeling today?
Not good, man. I'm in a lot of pain.
Where are you feeling the pain?
Okay, well, that was great. That was actually excellent. He just pivoted. Instead of saying, are you in pain? Since I already said it, he said, well, okay, well, where are you hurting then? Now, that's going to involve some questions with OPQRST, what we'll get into later. And there's nothing wrong with doing it right here. But all I want to make sure that you know is that even if they say pain, you either get them to talk about the pain a little bit or ask them if they're hurting anywhere else, right? So I get called and say, oh, how are you feeling today? Oh, chest pain. I'm like, I'm so sorry to hear that. Is that the only place you're hurting? So we don't not ask about pain even when they told us it was pain. Now the alternative to that, hey, how you feeling today, man? Oh, I can't catch my breath. Well, okay, so you're not breathing very well. Are you hurting anywhere? No, I'm not hurting. I told you, I can't breathe. Well, admittedly, I don't really know. Are you having trouble breathing anywhere else? Or no? But I do want you into the habit, no matter what their chief complaint, is to ask about their pain and dyspnea. And if you don't know what to say, like, are you hurting anywhere else or whatever, just have them explain it a little bit. But I need little flags in your mind that say, open-ended question, how are you feeling? Close-ended question, are you hurting? Close-ended question, how's your breathing? Is it normal? She said, oh, I have trouble breathing. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. Has that been going on for a long time or it just started? A long time. Okay, well, we'll get into more of that later. But I don't want you to lose sight of every time I ask, chief complaint, are you in any pain? And are you having any trouble breathing? Cool. Let's take a second here and pair off. One of you is an adjunct. One of you is a student. And we'll go from the very top all the way down to pain and dyspnea. One of you is having a heart attack. The other one is having trouble breathing. If only it was recorded. Okay. Impending sense of doom. Think of it like, it's an injury or an illness in an area you don't have a nerve for, right? So your body is like, something is very wrong, but I can't communicate that it's the thorn in my finger. Oh, it's the this, it's the that. And so I take it very serious when people are like, hey, I feel like I'm gonna die. And so my response to them usually is like, look, I understand that. Right now, I don't see any of your vital signs that are showing that that's going to happen, but you just keep me up to date with how you feel and ... But just know that sometimes, most of those people that died, it was some type of organ issue they didn't have a sensory nerve for. So in a certain sense, just be mindful of people, be mindful of the things that they're saying, be mindful of their chief complaints, be mindful of if they're saying something's going to hurt or kill them. Moss?
Do we have anything on the truck to, let us know that there's an organ failure?
Mm-mm. Just your brain. Just your brain. If you start seeing signs of compensation without signs of trauma or illness, you should be very suspicious that something's hidden in there. I want you to be like, that's weird. Your heart rate is 108. And for you to be like, that is not good. We need to kind of figure some things out. And for a guy on scene to be like, dude, chill, it's 108. And I'm like, is your heart rate 108 right now? Theirs is. Why is theirs? Am I missing something?
So if they say they're gonna die, you just like try looking at or like asking them questions and trying to find out, like.
Yeah, that's the whole job.
But like, what if they just tell you that, like, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die?
Sometimes they do. Yeah, sometimes they do. I don't know, I feel like I'm gonna die. And so the question in that instance about what if they just keep saying, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm like, the question is like, okay, well, are they unwilling to help me with their assessment, or are they unable? Because one of those is a broken brain, the other one is perhaps just being overwhelmed. But in either case, I treat it the same way. I'm like, okay, well, look, I don't know what's happening here, but we're gonna work through it with you. I gotta get these vital signs, let's get you loaded up so that if anything happens, we're already on our way. But you're just talking to people, trying to figure out what's going on. All right. Who feels like they kind of got it? Anybody want to practice? Anybody want to play? Anybody feel like they got it? Got it well enough?
You ask your partner to do vital signs. Can I assign him to do a blood sugar? If like a person, if there's even a suspicion that way, I can go on my assessment. If the blood sugar comes back good, I know that's not an issue. Not necessarily not to worry about, but it's one thing I can move away and check.
100%, right? So the question was, if I have a suspicion this might be a sugar issue, can I not just assign my partner, to check a blood sugar? Yes, you can, and I'm telling you, you have to. In fact, I'm telling you, you check a sugar on every single patient you get. In fact, I found that students struggle so much at even considering sugar that I put it on the sheet. Right after ABCs, essentially, I make you say, okay, I do or do not think that this could be shock. It is compensated or decompensated. Also, I'm considering sugar. I don't think it's that. I just made it a line item because of how many students will essentially see a person that will be struggling and then just be like, that's weird, airway and breathing is fine. I'm like, well, okay, well, the other half of that oxygen equation is sugar. You need to ask. So that was an excellent question, and that is absolutely what I want you to do.
Put some pineapple stacks.
No, thank you. Probably the easiest answer is the only thing we feed patients is oral glucose, because pineapple snacks are not on our scope. Now, it's also okay. I mean, I've had diabetic patients where all they needed is peanut butter and jelly. So I go over there, make them one, make me one, we eat it together, and they feel better, and they'll go to the hospital. So you just have to make sure that before essentially you give anybody anything to say, I always had this rule. Every time I touch a med, I do a med check. Every time I touch a patient with that med, I do a med check, right? I'd be like, hey, I know you're not feeling very good, so I got pineapple or mango. What are you looking for?
Mango.
Mango, that makes sense. You allergic to mango? You allergic to these fruit snacks? No, okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and put them in your mouth one by one, But every time I say, okay, and you're not allergic to anything, right? You're not allergic to mango, but every time I touch a med, every time I touch them with the med, I go through a med check in my mind. But in any event, I can appreciate the zeal. Okay, so we went through our patient assessment there. We asked about pain, we asked about difficulty breathing. Now we need to go into ABCs. And specifically, it's like ABCs, D, E, like it just goes forever. Yeah, yeah, I mean, I don't know, we're always trying to kind of find a way to help you remember this stuff, but perhaps the easiest way, and even looking at this, is the graded one, because it shows you essentially that airway gets asked about, and then breathing is 3 questions, circulation is 3 questions, skin condition, temperature, and coloration, 3 questions. So you just kind of get in the habit of saying, when I'm doing my ABCs, I know I need to ask 3 questions each time. AB3s, yeah, you know me. Now, ABCs are done simultaneously. This is essentially the same thing that's happening when our look, listen, and feel when we talked about BLS. The BLS is essentially AHA trying to teach somebody how to do work a cardiac arrest. This is a far more in-depth version of that. When we do these things, we're doing them all at the same time. Now, like I said, time kind of dilates a bit in this space, because if I look over at any one of you, I can start pulling data like, okay, they're conscious. I can see their breathing rate, chest rise and fall, skin coloration. But in testing world, I have to ask each one of those. So it takes a long time. And sometimes the adjuncts are not great at it. They're like, can you believe this guy took 4 minutes to put this person on oxygen? I was like, yeah, well, I watched the video. It took 2.5 minutes to get through ABCs. Like time isn't exactly, certainly not on your side. Now we do have, if you look at the bottom of the graded one, we've got some critical criteria there. There's several important things there. What's the first one?
Life-threatening intervention.
Down at the bottom of the graded one on the second page. Inappropriate action. What's isn't there one about delay?
Yeah. Critical intervention delay.
Critical intervention delay. Basically, what this means is every once in a while we get a student where it's like, would you be surprised to hear that a person that needs difficulty breathing needs oxygen? No. Would you be surprised to know that oxygen in that scenario is worth a lot of points? No, not surprised at all. That makes sense. The issue is I have to put in timing to it. Why do I have to put in timing?
Because if it gets too late, they're dead. 15 minutes, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, I walk up essentially, I go the entire thing and everything to put them on a non-rebreather, and that 19 minutes and 58 seconds, I'm like, wait, non-rebreather, 15 liters a minute. That guy gets the same amount of points as a guy that didn't treat for 20 minutes. So just know that timing is important to the point where you could do everything right, but if you didn't do it in time, you lose 5 to 10% right off the top. Which means you should be going in, and I love that our class is already starting to say, oh, lethargy, I'm gonna start a non-rebreather while I wait, or while I figure it out. Love that, love it. You might be putting a lot of oxygen on people that just got a sugar issue or tummy aches or whatever, but I'm all right with that for now. We'll start with that.
Masks.
Yeah.
You get oxygen.
I just got them on both shoulders. I'd rather err on that side, that's for sure. Now, your ABCs are not vital signs. Don't be expecting to get an exact respiratory rate, exact pulse rate, or none of that during ABCs. This is, do you have a pulse? Are you breathing? And if so, faster or slower than normal. Now, Mr. Simmons teaches this a little differently. My recommendation to you is that you stop at each beat, right? I'm going to ask about airway now. Is my patient's airway patent? Do I hear any abnormal sounds? The reason I have that second part, do I hear any abnormal sounds, is I have found not all people know that patent means completely unobstructed. So I recommend that you say, is it patent? Do I hear any abnormal sounds? Because you can detect some major issues right then and there. When it comes to breathing, I want you to ask 3 questions. What's my patient's breathing rate? What's my patient's breathing, is my patient breathing regularly? And what's the quality of my patient's breathing? What I notice with students a lot is if they come in and they say, what's my breathing rate, rhythm, and quality? I try to teach the adjuncts to give 1 answer back to 3 good questions. It happens all the time. What's my breathing rate, rhythm, and quality? I'm like, that's right. I'll say, not good. They're like, okay. What's my circulation rate, rhythm, and quality? I'm like, whoa. Every one of those matters. That's why I make you ask them, and that's why I give you points for each one of them. My patient's breathing rate is normal. Are they okay?
Depends.
It depends. What else do you want to know?
Your rhythm quality.
What's the rhythm? Well, the rhythm is regular. Are they okay? They sound okay, 2 out of 3. What's the quality? Oh, very shallow. Well, that's a problem, right? And then much the same can pulse be that way as well. So again, you gave 3 good questions, wait for 3 good answers. Ask them 1 at a time. What's my breathing rate? What's my breathing regularity? What's my breathing quality? Just ask them 1 at a time. Don't shotgun them. If you're doing it with me, I'm definitely just going to give you a piece, and everyone's going to laugh when you blow right on by it. What's my rate, rhythm, and quality? I'll be like, normal. And they're like, well, whoosh. I'm like, well, easy. Which one is it all of them? Who knows? There's a few upper airway sounds. Now, this isn't our airway lecture, but we do need to start doing some association about problems, abnormality. The upper airway is essentially your larynx and above. Essentially the glottic opening and above. It's considered the upper airway, so mostly just the top of your neck and your mouth. Gurgling isn't a sound of fluid down here in your lungs. Gurgling is the word we use for fluid up here at the back of your throat. It means there's fluid in there. If I said, is my patient's airway patent? And the adjunct said, you hear gurgling, what do I know? There's fluid in his upper airway, probably up in his mouth. Snoring, can't even make that noise without using your tongue to do it, basically. That's excellent. Right? That means his tongue is falling back onto his airway. What do we have to kind of help prevent that? Sure, OPA, NPA. Now, an NPA might be where I start if a guy's just kind of snoring, because I'm not sure if he's going to hort big time if I jam something in his mouth. But I don't know a good way to test it without doing that. So, stridor. Stridor isn't essentially a mouth issue. It's in the trachea. It's a narrowing of that airway. And what did I say? That stridor is often caused by one of two things.
Or your airway is shrinking.
Yeah, something that's stuck in it, or a constriction of the airway itself. Meaning it could be a foreign body airway obstruction, or it could be an allergic reaction. There's a couple other things that do it, but those are the big ones, which means what kind of questions might you want to ask if you walked in and said, is my patient's airway patent? And I said, you hear stridor. What might you want to know about your patient? Is he allergic to anything? Or maybe, are you choking, right? Have you been eating anything? Very good. Which means if my guy was having allergic reaction and he was having stridorous respirations from an allergic reaction, and I wanted to give epi, which is in our scope, it would behoove you to make sure he's not just choking before you give epi, right? We talked about the head tilt chin lift a bit in BLS. We'll continue to do that all the time. You can see the tongue here on the left, this big muscle, and it just naturally flops back. Number one airway obstruction, the tongue. It just flops back over the airway, and it's not just the head tilt that gets it out. That's going to open up the axis of your trachea here. Pulling that chin pulls the tongue away from the back of the oral pharynx. Jaw thrust, of course, remembering to pull it up, not out. You can see these people with grips underneath the jaw here, when really it should be back here behind the mastoid pressing up. They're just making this guy clench his teeth is all. Right? Even this one here, he's just squeezing the jaw shut. That's not doing me any good. In fact, I need his mouth open. Not that we're focusing on it in here, in that situation, but we need it underneath pulling up. In both cases, these guys are essentially pulling the patient's jaw towards themselves, or at least so it looks to me, when really we need to be pulling that jaw up. Why do I care about moving that jaw? Because it's going to pull the tongue out of the way. We need to have a couple of conversations. I do expect you to kind of know these words moving forward. Anatomical position is essentially assuming a person looking at you like this with their palms up. So that way when I say things like on my patient's left, we're all picturing the same thing from the same perspective. Because in the medical field, like radiology, we have an understanding that all direction is based not on where your patient is, but on the anatomical position by default. And it's important because instead of saying things like, well, if I said, is my chin above my belly button? You would say, well, sure. But what happens when I'm upside down? Now it's not. And so using terms like up and down and these kind of things and not having a focal reference point can be very difficult when you're trying to communicate to a person that can't see it. And so we need to make sure that we know these terms, superior and inferior. Like, I am superior to you. You are inferior to me, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure. Superior meaning above, by and large. But here's the thing about this phrase, superior. Is this patient's head superior to their abdomen? Sure. Well, if I flip her upside down, it's still superior to her abdomen. It's an anatomical position, right? And so it's a reference point. Anterior is the front. Posterior is the back. Posterior. Depends where you grew up, I suppose. So what I mean to say is well, I'm not telling you to pull their jaw up during this. What am I telling you? I want you to pull their jaw anteriorly. Now, if they're on their side, anterior is still the same direction because it's all in reference to the anatomical position. Very good. I don't think I want to talk sniffing position. I don't know. We'll talk about it later. On our left here, we've got some OPAs, and on the right, we have NPAs. But in both cases, these are devices that are meant to bypass the tongue so that we can get air down into the trachea. And these are excellent because holding a person in head tilt chin lift or a jaw thrust is a very difficult thing. It requires a lot of energy. But if I walk in, hear a guy snoring, and throw an NPA in there, he's going to stop snoring. Why? No. I'm bypassing his tongue. If I put an NPA in and it goes past your tongue is no longer an obstruction. Air is getting in just fine. Right? If you got 3 air holes, we might as well fill each one of them. More air is better in most cases. Now, breathing is different than assessing a person's airway. What is airway essentially assessing? For obstruction, well said. Largely for upper airway obstruction. Patency. Is it open? This can be somewhat misleading, patency, right? You've got a patient who is in cardiac arrest. Is their airway patent?
No.
Might be. If they're not breathing, how would you know, I suppose? But it might be reasonable to say, yeah, their airway's patent. It's clear as a bell. It's just not moving any air because his heart's not moving any blood. With breathing, we're asking 3 questions, like I said, right? Rate, rhythm, and quality. Honestly, I almost took rhythm off of here because you will almost never get an irregular rhythm that isn't also too slow or low quality. But I just thought it was better to stay in the habit of 3s. If you just remember, we're asking 3 questions each time. That'll probably help out. Like I said, in the ABCs, we're just detecting whether or not this is fast or slow. Where I talked about Mr. Simmons earlier and us disagreeing is I usually kind of lead the witness here a bit with my adjunct. Like, some instructors prefer to just say, hey, how's my patient's breathing rate? I like to say, hey, is my patient's breathing rate fast or slow? If they're like, neither, it's normal. I'm like, oh, okay, great. So you can kind of choose how you want to do this there. How's my patient's breathing rate? Or, hey, is my patient breathing fast or slow? No? Great, on to the next. It's up to you. We're looking for regularity or irregularity, but rest assured this, if your patient has an irregular respiration, that's brain death almost for sure. You're not going to get somebody with an irregular respiration, right? That is conscious and all that kind of stuff, right? It would look something like this. Wait, okay, that's brain death. That's the only way people breathe like that. And they will not be staring you in the face. Fair enough. Yeah, I suppose a little. The big thing I'm expressing is periods of apnea. Usually when people are crying, even if it's admittedly somewhat irregular, I can appreciate that, they're experiencing periods of apnea, and that's the real irregularity I'm stressing. But I can appreciate that, sure. Big thing with quality is my patient breathe. What's the quality of my patient's breathing? This is a good question to ask for sure. Basically, we're just trying to figure out if it's labored or not. Are they working hard? What does it sound like? Is it equal chest rise and fall? Is it asymmetrical? Is it adequate chest rise and fall? The best way you can ask about it is to say, how's the quality of my patient's breathing? If the adjunct says it's fine, you say, great. So it's equal and adequate. If it's not adequate, we might describe that as shallow. Shallow respirations, which means what intervention? BVM. Why not a nasal cannula? Because they're not ventilating. Nasal cannulas and non-rebreathing are for oxygenation, not ventilation. Right? So if he's not getting good chest rise and fall, that's a problem. Unequal or asymmetrical two different situations. Might mean that he's got fractured ribs, might mean that he's got a pneumothorax where his lung is collapsed, might mean he's got a hemothorax, any number of things. We have to start becoming masters essentially of identifying signs of respiratory distress, but we've talked about some of these already, right? Can anybody think of a sign of respiratory stress that isn't listed on here? Rossi? Yes, fair enough. That's true. Neck muscles, that's accessory muscle use. Fascinating. A sign of respiratory distress. Okay, also accessory muscle use and a good answer. Seesaw breathing is actually failure, but I appreciate the grunting. This is so fascinating. What about tachypnea? What about tachycardia? What about altered mental status? Hear about any of those things? Seizure. Remember this? It's interesting, isn't it? We just kind of frame it a different way. Suddenly it's a mystery. Respiratory distress. Altered mental status, increased effort, respiratory rate, right? So basically all of these other vital signs that weren't listed on that thing. We were showing a lot of symptoms. Here comes your other seizure. It's none of your business. But all kinds of things. We're watching people get involved. But it's like, it's not good to see somebody struggling, but I'm glad that he can fight the fight at least, because this might not be good, but this is worse. Okay, one of those is not fighting at all. Tripod, so-called, because you can see he's got 3 points here. One, he's sitting down like this, and then he's got both his hands down. The reason why people do that is they're trying to engage their, what they call the SCM, all kinds of different muscles, engaging intercostals, trying to recruit or secondary breathing muscles. It's a sign they're struggling. The book will talk about one-word or two-word dyspnea. I always called it few-word dyspnea because I don't need you to count how many words it is. Yeah, I can't get through that. I'm like, okay, well, one of those is one is two, I think the other was three, but in any event, that guy's struggling, right? Now, oxygenation is good for people who are cyanotic, no doubt. Putting somebody on a cannula, if they're cyanotic, might be undershooting it. Putting a person on a non-rebreather might be a better idea. Because essentially, it's blue in color, largely, because fluid might be getting there, but it's not oxygenated hemoglobin. If you get a patient that's in a distress situation, they got bluing lips, bluing mucosa, bluing fingers, bluing face, we're going to want to put that person on a non-rebreather for sure. What's the change that occurs that's going to make me think, wait, it's not just a non-rebreather, I need to start bagging this guy?
If the oxygen is actually going inside, not just stuck right here.
Yes. Land's saying essentially if they're sucking down the whole bag, not necessarily. It just might mean I need to turn the oxygen up at that point.
Slow respiration.
If their respirations are low or slow, we go for the BVM, right? Essentially, if I walk up and this person's cyanotic, it would behoove me to immediately start assessing ABCs. Is my patient's airway open? No? Then that's probably why he's cyanotic. Yes, it is? Okay, now let's talk about his breathing. How's the rate? Oh, it's 8? Oh, okay, that's probably why he's cyanotic. A person has respirations of 8. What airway device do I want to use? Oxygen delivery device. Why do you know that it's a BVM? Because it's too slow, right? Now, maybe you don't know that right away. Maybe you're wrong about what it is. You throw them on a non-rebreather while you figure it out. Essentially, what I'm trying to get at with this little image here is putting a non-rebreather on a deflated balloon isn't going to fill it up. We're going to need to put positive pressure on the other end of that, which means mouth to mouth. Well, there'll be a point in your life where you look for human connection, you know. It might be right around the corner. And that's the people we're going to want to BVM, those that are essentially not having adequate movement or adequate rate. Because really, this is all part of a similar equation. Essentially, this is the equation. Your breath is tidal volume times respiratory rate. How much volume you're pulling in with each breath, and then how many times you're doing that gives you your equation. The heart works a similar way. CO, cardiac output. I don't want to goof up my thing here. I have to. Cardiac output. Do you know cardiac output? My man. Essentially, if I said, your heart rate is 62, are you getting enough blood around your body? What would you say? It depends. And it depends not just on the rate that it's happening, the amount that it's happening, but also the amount that it's moving. Because if you got a great heart rate and you're moving no blood per minute, that's a problem. If you take essentially deep enough breaths, but it's too slow, then the math doesn't work out. Both of these things need to be at the right amount. Yeah.
You have a great heart rate, but you're not moving blood. Does this mean that your heart's not strong enough, or is there not enough?
Means you're probably bleeding to death. Your heart is empty because your veins are empty.
So what is SB?
Stroke volume. This won't be tested for a minute for sure, but I want to start layering the concept. It's not just the rate, it's also the volume. It's how much you're moving and how often you're moving it, both for your blood, also for your air. Which means that as long as you can say, hey, the rate is too fast or too slow, and that's a problem, you're all right. Hey, his blood pressure's too high or too low, that's a problem, that's all right. Hey, it's not just the rate of ventilations, it's also the volume of ventilations. Then you're going to be fine. Okay? Okay, pumpkin? Now, there are some people that don't yet aren't yet in cardiac arrest, but they have stopped breathing. Can anybody think of an example of somebody that's not breathing, but still has a pulse? Any one of us holding our breath? That'd be one. What about obstruction? Obstruction, someone that's choking, right? There may be a host of people who are in respiratory arrest, but not yet in cardiac arrest. If I said, you've arrived to find a patient lying on the ground and they're not breathing, what do you want to know? Nope. Do they have a pulse? Now, how do you know that's the next question? Look, listen, and feel will get you part of the way there. But really, I just kind of asked a question that jumps midstream on your patient assessment. They're not breathing. Okay, well, the airway may not be relevant at that point. We know what they're breathing. The next question is circulation. So if I said something to the effect of, you have arrived to find a man laying on a couch, what do you think the next thing you want to do is? Breathing is a great question, but you missed a step. You've walked in to see a man laying on the couch. Oh boy, we are all over the place. Okay.
Now we're seeing if it's safe.
Put your gloves on.
Yeah, these are all good answers.
How many more patients?
In my mind, where I'm asking this, now I've left a lot of information out, but if I'm on scene, my suspicion is that if I've just given you a general impression, we kind of assume that if I said, for example, your patient airway is this, his breathing is this, and circulation is this, what should you do? Okay, well now we're on the thing under ABC. If I say that you just identified there are no obvious life threats, what do you want to do? We assume everything before that has been done because the clinician in the question is a good one. They won't have skipped anything. So if I said something like, you've just identified the patient has no life threats, what should you do? Not only does that question always imply what should you do correctly, also what should you do next? And you'd say, well, scene safety, because that's always the highest priority. I say, okay, well, scene safety isn't on there. And we're kind of under the understanding that if we got to this point, we did everything right up to that. Unless it appears as an answer. Like, if I'm going through this and it says, what should I do? What should I do? Here's what you know. I want you to do the next thing, unless a good answer appears on there that you had assumed. Oh boy, I'm watching them disappear. I think it's too early for this one, but you'll see as it starts to appear. Basically, the situation is occurring that I want you to operate under these ideas that each one of these questions are assuming you know what you're doing and you've done everything right up to this point. But sometimes the answers can inform the question, is all I'm trying to get at. We'll dig into it more later. Don't worry about it too much. In the meantime, one thing you should concern yourself with is standard ventilatory rates. Your patient has a pulse, but they're not breathing. So we need to breathe for them. For adults, that's 1 every 6 seconds. For children, it's 1 every... I always forget the 2. I use 3 my entire career. Neonates, what's a neonate? Specifically, it's up to a month. Those freshly born. This child is 3 weeks old. Is it an infant? No, it is a... Now, we went through BLS. Did we ever talk about neonates? No, they get their own algorithm. Neonates get 3 compressions to every 1 ventilation. Now, we're not going to get into it too heavy right now, but they are their own subcategory. They change a lot of our meds. They change a lot of our algorithms. But for now, know that they breathe every second. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. The smaller you are, the faster your heart goes and the faster you need to breathe, in summary. Now, we went through airway. Is my airway patent? What are the 3 questions I want to ask about breathing? Rate, rhythm, and quality. What are the 3 questions I want to ask about circulation? Rate, rhythm, and quality. We used to teach essentially you could determine it's a person's blood pressure based on where you were checking for a pulse. We've decided that's no longer accurate. It's a little hard for me to turn my brain off of that, but we definitely don't ask you test questions on it anymore. We used to say since the central arteries, like your femoral artery and your carotid artery, are closer to your heart and much bigger in nature, then that means that we can determine your blood pressure all the way down to a 60 systolic. Whereas i.e., I'd say your patient doesn't have a radial pulse, but he has a carotid pulse. Old world, you'd be like, oh, his blood pressure must be between somewhere in 60 and 70. That's not a thing anymore. And I only bring it up to say you're going to hear it in the field for your entire career. They're going to be like, I know his BP's 90, go ahead and give him nitro or whatever. I'm like, okay, you don't know that. We've thus proven that's not accurate. In the meantime, make sure you know who to check a pulse on and where. How do we know to check a carotid on this guy? Because he's unconscious and he's an adult. We're checking a radial here. Who must this be? Or who are we sure it's not? It's an infant. We're sure it's not an infant because on infants we check. But what if they're unconscious? Very good. Saw that on the registry before. I think we know this part, but I just want to quickly mention it again. Don't interrupt your compressions. It's part of the reason I teach people not to check for a pulse during cardiac arrest, because the longer you take to check for a pulse, the more sure I am they're going to die. Just keep doing compressions until when? Until they ask you to stop. Like, oh, that was excellent CPR, sir. Please stop doing that. Right? Keep doing CPR until they ask you to stop. It takes 25 to 30 seconds for you to get up to the best version of a heartbeat you can get while somebody is just squashing it over and over and over. And then almost instantly, within a few seconds, it drops to 0 and you have to start all over again. You see the scale kind of going up? It's early on, it's like press, 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 and we're only at 25 to 30 seconds starting to get reasonable perfusion going. Don't interrupt your compressions. Skin condition. With skin condition, I want you to know essentially that the healthy iteration is pink, warm, and dry. Now you might say, oh, well, black people aren't pink. I say, well, neither are white people. And we all, even the darker the skin, the harder it can be to determine whether or not they are flushed. But everybody's got sclera, they're in their eyes. You can essentially pull down their eyes to look at their mucosa, right? How I can see the capillaries under there. On their fingertips and the like, sometimes the palm of their hands. It can be difficult to determine. And when in doubt, just ask them, right? Like if Javier pulls his hand up and I'm like, oh, okay, we got different shades going on. I say, hey, that looks pale to me. Does that look pale to you? He says, no. Oh, okay. Turns out we're just different colored people. Okay, great. I'm not worried anymore. But his hand doesn't look like mine. And essentially I'm looking at it thinking that looks pale for me. Well, the skin on the outside of it is darker, so it makes it look pale. See what I'm saying? Well, if he's like, I don't know, man, I'm pretty nervous. I'm like, all right, well, it's okay. Let me look over here. I'm going to squeeze this finger. It turns white, and then it turns pink. No, he's all right. Right? Essentially what you're doing is you're squeezing your finger. This is the capillary refill, and part of how I'm checking their skin, it's included in this. I squeeze it, and I'm literally squeezing all the blood out. Then I let go, and it goes from white to pink. That's the blood coming back. If it doesn't do that, the blood isn't coming back. That's a problem.
My sports medicine teacher said if it doesn't come back before you can like fully say capillary refill, then it's not.
Yeah, I'll take that. I like that. Realistically, cap refill should be instant, almost instant. If it's not almost instant, something might be wrong. Did you say something?
I was saying that. They said that in the book too.
That you can say capillary refill? Yeah, or count to 2. I don't know, whatever works for you. Like 1. What was it again?
Literally like 1, 2.
Yeah.
Comes with animals, it's the same thing as ours.
Yeah.
1, 2.
It's interesting. I think about it sometimes when I talk about capillary refill. Let's play this game. Everybody take your fists, ball them up like this.
Sorry.
You should be. Squeeze it as hard as you can. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Relax and look at your hand. Right? See them all blanch out and stuff? Okay. Now I want you to essentially just close your hands again. This is what your heart is doing when it's pumping. Every time it squeezes all the blood out of it. It blanches itself. That's part of the reason why recoil is important. We have to let blood flow back into it. Now, if a person is pale, cool, and clammy, this is usually one of 2 problems. It is either no oxygen or no sugar. Now, blood carries both, so it might be that they don't have either. But if they are pale, cool, and clammy, yes, shock, but it also could be hypoglycemia. We would say, cool and clammy, give them candy. Does it surprise anybody to learn that hypoxia or hypoperfusion can look like hypoglycemia? They're both largely part of the same equation. Turns out people who don't have a lot of oxygen also often look like people who don't have a lot of sugar. Yeah.
Yeah, because you said cells need oxygen for sugar.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to talk a lot about that in the future, for sure. Pyruvate, lactic acid, nom, 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 nom. Absolutely. In the meantime, you see this purpling around the lips here? It's a little difficult to tell from a distance. Cyanosis is that bluing or purple discoloration implying a hypoxic event. Now, babies with bad perfusion, my kids when they were about this age, it was every time they got happy, they just blew in the face. I was just like, oh, you're all right. But essentially, it was just compression of the vessels. CRT, capillary refill time. It is excellent for babies. In fact, in infants, you're not even usually checking blood pressures unless it's severe. And even then, maybe you can't. It's difficult. So if you take them into a pediatric hospital and you don't have a blood pressure, most people aren't going to look at you sideways. But they will ask about the capillary refill time. It is a much more accurate gauge about the perfusion of a child. It's not super accurate in adults, which is why I didn't even really know a whole lot about it until I started teaching it. But with kids, it can be super helpful. With adults, it's an unreliable narrator, that's for sure. And part of that just comes from this. We've got what looks like vasoconstriction here, essentially a narrowing of the vessel. So if you've got something, if you've got a narrowing of your vessels, it can cause skin changes because the blood isn't getting out to the extremity or the extent of your skin. That's Raynaud's. We don't want to talk about that. With lung sounds, we got a lot to talk about lung sounds, but we aren't going to do it just yet. We just want to kind of start breaching into it a bit. When you listen to lung sounds, I want you to listen to it on both sides, front and back. Left and right, front and back. And tell people to open up their mouth. It's hard to hear sound moving when they got mouths closed. Ma'am, I'm going to listen to your lung sounds here. Why don't you go ahead and just breathe through an open mouth. That's it. I don't have to tell them to take a deep breath, though if times I can't hear, I'm like, take a deep breath? Okay, great. But mostly just telling people to sit up and open their mouth. You can hear about everything that you need to hear. But make sure you listen to both sides because you got a lung on each side, and make sure that you listen to the back because essentially the way the lobes are laid out, sometimes you can only hear stuff if you're directly over top of it. So for now, I want you to listen to lung sounds essentially on both sides, front and back. And I want you to listen on every single patient. Trauma, medical, trouble breathing, no trouble breathing. Every single patient gets lung sounds listened to. Do you have any idea why I'm asking you to do that? He said, no, hell no. What's that, T? It is an important step. If I took two people and I said, hey, this guy, I'm going to have listen to every person's lungs who I don't think is having a problem, and this guy over here is only going to listen when there is a problem, the guy that's listening to all the normal lung sounds is going to get 1,000,000 times more exposure. And at the end of his year of listening, he's going to say, I don't know what the hell that sound was, but it wasn't normal. Because I listened to 1,000 normal lung sounds and that wasn't it. So listen to all lung sounds, and until you know better, I'm looking for, okay, I don't know what this is, but I listened to 12 people before that all sounded roughly the same, and this is different. Something's wrong. So who are we listening to lung sounds on? Everybody. I don't remember what's on our patient assessment quiz or test. I don't remember how important this stuff is just yet. If I'm sitting down to write this test, my mind is thinking, okay, I don't need them. What we're looking at here is a series of airway sounds on the left. I hear snoring, I hear stridor, I hear gurgling, I hear wheezing, I hear crackles. In the middle here, we have the likely cause of that thing. And then on the right, we have what is likely the treatment for that thing. I have foreign body airway obstruction. Obviously, that's a cause, but I couldn't fit choking algorithm in there. Now, I don't know that you need to know all this right now. What I'm sure of is you got to know the stuff in red. If you go into the patient assessment and I say stridor, I need you to know what stridor is, what it might be caused by, and how to fix it. Stridor is a narrowing of the upper airway. It is a type of occlusion that might be because something's on the inside or squeezing it closed. I need you to know a choking algorithm if it's the foreign body airway, and I need you to know that epi is the answer. Now, we haven't gone through pharmacology, which means I don't expect you to know the dose, but I need you to know that that's the answer. What? Wheezing. Wheezing is like stridor, but lower in the airway. Show me what stridor looks like with your hand. Yeah, squeezed hand, right? Well, your airway starts in a single tube, your trachea, right up here by where your mouth is. As this goes down, it bifurcates into two tubes. Those are bronchi, bronchioles, alveoli, but essentially narrowing airway is causing sound, right? If you can whistle, give me a little whistle. Okay, you made a sound by narrowing your airway, yeah? Okay, now make a whistle without narrowing your airway. Which means if I hear musical notes coming out of you, there's a narrowed area. But you're still narrowing, right? To a lesser extent. Which means if I walk in and he gives me stridorous sound, I'm like, whoa, I know I have narrowing up here. If he's breathing normally and I don't hear it until I put a stethoscope down here, now I know there's narrowing down here, right? Wheezing is the sound of your bronchioles constricting. Stridor is a sound of your larynx or your trachea constricting. We could reverse those words if we were the inventors. It's just narrowing airway. We call it stridor up here and wheezing down here. Now, wheezing is bronchospasm. People who have asthma have a chronic condition of bronchospasms. It's an overreactive airway disease. Now, I put Combivent here. Combivent is a brand that encompasses albuterol and Atrovent. So if I said your patient's having an allergic reaction, you can hear stridor, what med should you give? Epi. Your patient has a history of asthma. You auscultate lungs to reveal wheezing bilaterally. What med should you give? Albuterol and Atrovent, which is often called a Combivent. Let me finish up this shock and sugar. I want to get through ABCD, and then we'll practice. We'll go on a break and we'll practice it. Shock and sugar. I had to put this on there because I noticed basically this was happening so consistently. Alicia, give me some pathological numbers, right? So some disease numbers, some abnormal numbers. Okay, I'm gonna look at my patient's airway. You said it was patent, great. What's my patient's breathing rate? 30. Okay, that's not good, but it's better than 3. What's the regularity of my patient's breathing? Irregular, 30 and irregular. I'm starting to think brain for sure. Okay. What's the quality of it? Gasping. Okay, that's definitely not good. All right, what about circulation? Does my patient have a pulse? Nope. No pulse. Okay, well then they're probably not actually breathing.
Sorry, they have a pulse.
Okay, good. That makes more sense. Okay, great. Okay, so they do have a pulse. What's the rate? 200. Now, I wouldn't know the number during ABCs. I would just know that it's fast. Usually what I do is I'm like, okay, my heartbeat is around 60 to 80 unless I'm amped up. So I'll just check somebody's pulse and be like, is that like mine? Is it twice as fast as mine or twice as slow? That's kind of what I'm looking at. 3 times. 3 times. Oh my goodness. All right. So the rate is fast. The breathing's all over the place. Oh my goodness. What is the, let's see, rate. What is the regularity of my pulse? It's irregular. Yeah, okay, it's irregular pulse. That's not great. What's the quality? Does it feel strong, weak, thready, bounding? Real weak. Okay. All right, so I got all kinds of crap. What's a skin like? Pink, warm, and dry? Green. That's super bad. Must pull them out of the Flint River. Okay. Wow, that's terrible. Sir, are you a diabetic? Okay. Was that Karen? Was that somebody? Why was that weird?
Because it doesn't seem like the most important.
It's not the most important thing. I had to put shock and sugar on here because I was watching people be like, wow, those are terrible vitals. Anyways, what are you doing later? And I'm like, whoa! I used to play a game, we have squeakers, where I give the adjunct a squeaker, and it'd be like, oh, okay, what's my airway like? And they're like, Peyton, breathing, slow. And they're like, okay. Anyway, what's here? I'm like, wee, 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 wee. I'm like, hey, we just told you the breathing rate was garbage. I need you to intervene. And so I used to say interventions here, where I'm like, okay, you just did some stuff. Now what do you, okay, here's what we're doing, shock and sugar. Did the vital signs, did the ABCs indicate in any way that your patient could be in shock, yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. So here's what I expect from you. Now, admittedly, this is a little difficult sell this early in the beginning, but do you remember my triangle? Yeah. What was largely on the left? Stuff going up, compensation. And on the right, stuff going down. Great. Evan, you got a patient's breathing rate that's 3. When you get to shock and sugar, what do you want to say?
They're decompensated.
Probably decompensation, probably respiratory. We're not sure about shock, right? Okay. Noah, you got a person. Their heart rate is 30. What might you want to say during shock and sugar? Okay. Is 30 fast or slow? If fast is compensation and, well, let me start before that. Either way, I mean, yes, you're right. Either way, the point is it's not normal. That's the point. And so let's maybe start there. Sid, you got a patient, their respiratory rate is too fast. First of all, is that normal?
No.
No, it's too fast, which means it could be shock, could be a sign of shock. Thomas, you got a patient who's pale. Is that normal? No. Does that mean it could be shock? Yes, it does. Why? Because their ABCs were abnormal. That means it could be shock. Full stop. You with me? Carter? Carter, you got a patient who's an adult. They're breathing 6 times a minute. Is that normal? It is not. So what do I want you to say when you get to shock and sugar? I think this is shock because the vital signs the ABCs are abnormal.
Do we have to say if it's decompensation?
Eventually, for sure. But I also think you can get there because in my mind, I'm like, well, if it's slow, it's on the right. If it's fast, it's on the left. It's not always true, but it'll do a lot of the work for you. Because I need you to get stuck in your mind a moment where you're like, okay, wait a second. Is this guy going down the drain or not? Is this guy working up to something or not? I need a moment there where you're like, I should probably be treating, but we know this already. Your guy has an obvious life threat. When do you treat it? Great. Now we're discovering apparent life threats. When should you treat those? Immediately. You see a nail, do what? Hit it with a hammer, right? So we just discovered some stuff. If this stuff is abnormal, you should be asking yourself, is there any chance this could be shock? And if it is it compensation, decompensation? And if it's not that, could it be sugar issues? Because people who look like they're in shock oftentimes are having sugar issues, too high or too low. Now, for now, knowing full well that you don't know a lot of this stuff, I just need you to say, hey, I think this might be shock because his ABCs are abnormal. That's a great start. Make sense? All right. Lastly, before we break, dispatch and disabilities. I snuck dispatch in on this one. The book doesn't have it there. What I was finding essentially is that students would come in, they would say, hey, I'm going to do my scene size up, I'm going to call for medics, and then never think about them ever again. They'd just be like, yep, I'm going to call ALS and fire. And we're like, hey, great, we'll get them en route when we can. They're like, no problem. They just whoop, finish out the call. So this is the moment, ABCD, where you're like, hey, turns out I do need ALS, or can I get an ATA on them? But in either case, this is the moment where essentially we are probably contacting dispatch as necessary. If you got a guy with trouble breathing, should you get ALS? Yes. So if you didn't call them before you got there, now's the time to find out how far they are because you're ready to go soon. You just learned this guy might be in shock. You just learned he might be hypoglycemic. It's time to get to work. The disabilities part is just their mental status. I guess well, let's take a break here. We'll take a break here. Sometimes I forget I got to use the slides. Okay. Here's what we need to know about shock thus far. If your patient's ABCs are out of whack, we need to consider shock. Shock treatment is oxygen, supine position, and covering them up. Your patient just got shot, they're losing a lot of blood, which means they're going into shock. How do I treat that? Oxygen, cover them up, supine position. What is supine position? On your back. That's how I sound. I have a commanding presence on scene. So, I know it's frustrating. Don't do it right now. In any event, know your patient has a heart rate of 110. Could it be shock? Could be. What do you suppose you might want to do with it? Put them on oxygen? Supine position, cover them up? Maybe. Now, there is a lot to talk about this. And I know when I tell you this message, we're going to go into day one scenarios and stuff and be like, this guy had an itch and he was tacky at 106. All of your students laid him supine, put him on oxygen, and cover him with a blanket. I'll be like, okay, well, I haven't had time to talk about the itch. I'm proud of him. I would rather you err on catastrophe. Err on the sign of, okay, well, 106 could be a problem. Sir, have you fallen? No. How's your intake? How's your output? All these, there's a million questions I don't have time to teach you. I'm okay for now suspecting shock and treating it like this. Now, septic, and I only put this stuff on here because I don't mean to say we're always laying them flat, we're always covering them up. I'm like, well, no, if he's already got a temp of 105, we probably shouldn't be putting him on a blanket. That's not going to help his situation. So maybe that should say unless fever. Supine position is great unless it's making your trouble breathing worse. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Here, lay flat on your back. This is what you need. Shh. Shh. Oh, great. He's no longer complaining. That's right. We got a joke in paramedicine, which is shock it till you know it. It's like, I don't know what this cardiac rhythm is, but if I shock it, it'll go into one I know. Cardiac arrest is the easy algorithm. So all I mean to say is if you want to treat for shock, listen to your patients. It's especially important early on. You go to put this guy in a mask, he's just fighting it, taking it off and stuff. It's like, okay, maybe we're causing more harm than good. Ma'am, how you feeling? Trouble breathing? Okay, well, I think you might be in shock. Flat on the back. She's like, okay, let's not do that anymore. All right, it's evidence-based medicine. Talk to him. Look at him. If it's working, keep doing it. If it's not, stop. I get questions about what meds do I give in the primary? Truth be told, any of them. Any of them except what? Nitro. The reason what's a contraindication for nitro? Allergies, almost always one, sure. Nitro, in the way I phrased it by technicality. Systolic BP of under 100, which means are essentially, unless your partner has given you the blood pressure during this time, you can't give nitro because you don't know what the systolic is yet. And you're not giving a medication to any person who you're not saying, hey, are you allergic to anything in the first place? So arguably, you're starting to ask questions from the secondary. So all I mean to say is you can treat when you see that there's a problem, so long as you know it's indicated and you know that it isn't contraindicated. You've got a patient who's complaining of chest pain. You think it might be a heart attack. Is it reasonable to think you'd be giving them aspirin? Yes. It is. Right now you're in your ABCs. It's not more important than checking their pulse though. Right? Go through your ABCs, start thinking about some treatment. What might you need to know about this person before you give them aspirin?
If they have sound or symptoms of internal or external hemorrhaging or history of hemophilia.
My goodness. Essentially, yeah, what do you say? Essentially, I want to make sure they're not allergic to it. That's easy. How would I figure that out? Selena, how would I figure that out?
Wait, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention.
I know, that's why I'm talking. No.
Sir, do you have an allergy to onions?
Yeah. Oh, that's sweet.
How would you figure out you're not supposed to give them something?
You asked them.
Yeah, if they're allergic to it, right? But now my next question is if one of the contraindications for it is external hemorrhaging, that one pretty much solves itself. I'm like, you don't look like you're bleeding anywhere, right? But how might I determine whether or not they're bleeding internally?
You look at their blood pressure, right?
Okay, say it again. Bruising is a very good one. Skin, I think I heard, right? What about bowel movements? Poo-poo.
No, just red.
We got all kinds of Man, I remember I wanted to name my daughter Melina. Isn't that beautiful?
Wow.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful name. Or Gehenna.
Oh my god.
Do you know Gehenna?
Sounds like gonorrhea.
Oh, no. It means hell. I think it's Hebrew, but it's a beautiful name. It might fit the girl if I had her. I don't know. In any event, You need to, so my point is the aspirin you need to know not just about external hemorrhaging, but also internal, which means we're probably doing skin evaluation. We're probably doing, how is your bowel movement? Was it red? Was it dark? Did it float? All kinds of questions, right? Do we know about float and poop? No, it means it's got an excess fat content. It might mean your gallbladder's not working very well because it's not dissolving all of the fat solubles, so it's making your poop float. Now, it doesn't mean always. Sometimes them suckers will float, but if it's coming out in little rabbit circles and it's all, anyway, we'll get into it. Look, you're going to get much more comfortable asking people about their boo-boo here real soon. All right. My point is that you can give any of these medications when it is indicated, and you shouldn't give any when they're contraindicated, but some of those are going to require some questions. Now, in establishing whether or not a person, so this is the disabilities part, assessing their mental status. In the book, all over the world, you'll hear people saying alert and oriented times. Oh, was that 3? Yeah. Some people use 3, some people use 4, which means when I call in a radio report and say, my patient is alert and oriented times 3, the question becomes, 3 out of 3, 3 out of 4? Okay, so what I recommend is you don't use the numbers, or they're not alert and oriented. Simple as that. My patient is alert and oriented. Great, now I know it's the top of the scale, whatever the scale you're using. My patient is not alert or not oriented. Okay, well then it's irrelevant how many numbers there. They aren't where they need to be. Some people will ask things. Basically, we need to make sure that our patient, the reason where that alertness scale comes from is primarily from alert to person, place, and time. Do you know who you are? Do you know where you are? And do you know when you are? Do you know what time it is? The problem with all of this stuff is that people ask it absurdly and redundantly. It drives me up a wall. They'd be like, sir, do you know who the president is? What am I asking? Yeah, time. Okay, do you know what month it is? I'm like, okay, he just answered correctly. Why are you asking? Okay, do you know what day it is? I'm like, how specific do we have to be about? Hell, if I didn't have a watch, I wouldn't know what day it is. What are we talking about? Yeah.
So we're not using event?
Well, event would be the 4th one.
Okay.
What happened? I don't use any of those basically, or at least I don't press on them too hard, you know? I mean, if I shouldn't say it like that, not like I don't use them or whatever, but I definitely don't press on them too hard. Usually I know within the first 30 seconds of talking to somebody whether or not they're gobbledygook. I don't need to know a whole lot beyond that. Hey, how you feeling? I don't know. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, man. We're going to take care of you. You hurting anywhere? Yeah. Okay, well, where are you hurting? I don't know. Like, okay. I said, well, if you did know, where would it be? Yeah. I'm like, okay, we're in a pattern now. I didn't ask him time, I didn't ask him place. I don't need to, something's missing. But if you're not sure, it's okay to just say, hey, the problem is you gotta know that the information they're giving you is right in the first place. You're just this guy feeling, what's your name? John. I'm like, okay. Do you have an ID on you? I have no idea what you know what I mean? So you have to be careful somewhat with this stuff. One of the most important things I think you can do is just say, ask this question. Hey, Mickey Mouse, cat or a dog? Whoops. We had a suspicion anyways, right? Altered mental status. That's a good question. What a question I don't like is, how many quarters in a dollar? Anybody ever heard that? Yari maybe? Brandon? Yeah, anybody anywhere near the medical field? How many quarters in a dollar, sir? 4, right? Thomas, how many dimes in a dollar? Wow, he does very fast math. He took 10 plus 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 10 to come up with a dollar. Is that how you did that? No, he wasn't using cognition, he was accessing memory. And so when people say how many quarters in a dollar, are they trying to figure out how they think? No, they're accessing their memory. It's useless. Ask them how many quarters are in $1.50. Ask them how many quarters in how many quarters in $1.25, something. Or like me, don't do that. But if you're gonna do it, make sure that it's one that makes them think. How many nickels in a dollar? They're like, what? I'm like, okay, your brain's working. In fact, only answering instantly 20 might be a problem in any event. If you're looking at this stuff, You're assenting. Don't let the mental status get in the way of your patient assessment, though, right? I don't want you sitting there saying, and what time is it? And what place is it? And what person is it? And do you know what happened? Oh, he's not breathing. Right? So all I mean is that we do need a place where you can say, I have ascertained this patient's mental status, but we don't need you so hung up on it that you're not like delaying oxygen or sugar or life-saving interventions while you're trying to figure it out. Okay? So we got airway, we got breathing, we got circulation, we got skin condition. We have determining whether or not this may or may not be sugar or shock. We're making sure we contact dispatch if we need to, and almost always will you need to because you need ALS in many of these cases. And then we're checking their mental status. So let's pair off and we'll just take it from the top. We'll have one person is barely alive because of low blood pressure. The other person is having a panic attack. Okay? You don't have to act it, but those are the answers to the questions. We're starting from ABCs. ABCs. Stuff. All right. Waz, you ready to go through? All right, come on up. Let's start at the top of ABCs. Put your sheet down, young man.
What?
All right, let's go. You had a ton of time to practice. Let's do it. It's easy. ABCs, right?
ABCs.
Cool. What do you want to know?
So is your breathing pain?
Yeah, right. That's why I put like the capital letters. I had a girl in here named Peyton ever since I haven't been able to get in mine. Anyway, yes, the airway is patent.
Airway pain. That means it's clear.
Yes.
How's your breathing? How's the rate you're breathing?
There you go. Well done. Fast.
Fast. All right. How's the rhythm?
Regular.
Okay. And how's the quality?
Adequate.
Adequate meaning that it's clear.
Clear would imply that I've listened to lung sounds, but I think what you're saying is like adequate implies that it's good chest rise and fall. It doesn't imply symmetry, but I'm not too worried about that right now.
But the rate is fast?
The rate is fast.
The rate is fast. Have you been working out?
No, and I can appreciate that as a good question, but be careful deviating from the plan.
Okay.
It's a good question you just asked, but be careful.
All right. Now I'm supposed to be asking about your
ABC.
circulation.
That's good. There's a few words that come up with C. I'm glad you went with circulation.
Okay. So how's your pulse?
Present.
How's the pulse rate?
Fast.
How's the pulse rhythm?
Irregular.
What about the quality?
Bounding.
Bounding meaning it's stable or consistent?
You don't know.
I don't know. It's strong.
It is strong.
All right.
Great.
Where do I go from there?
Where's it go from there? Skin. ABC.
ABC.
Snake at the end.
So your skin's not pale or not too pale.
Okay, now you can say the things that you think, but what's probably better? Ask.
What do you mean?
Because if you're wrong, I'll let you be wrong.
Okay.
But if you ask me, I have to tell you the right thing or ignore you.
Okay, so how's your skin?
There you go. Present.
The color of your skin, not
Sure, as you find it.
as I find it. You mind if I hold your hand real quick?
I would love that.
Oh, you're the best.
Okay. Immediate refill.
Looks like you're fine.
Yeah, I'm real fine. Okay, so the coloration, so a good answer to the color essentially would be pink. Pink.
Pink?
Mhm.
Okay. For shock and sugar, I'm asking.
I'm gonna pause real quick. I know it's a little tricky on the written one here, but each one of those categories will have three things, right? So breathing rate, rhythm, quality, circulation rate, rhythm, and quality, and then skin has CTC, color, temperature, and condition. So what's the color? Pink. What's the
the temperature of your skin
warm?
and
Condition?
condition of your skin.
Dry,
Dry.
which is natural, right? I'm like dry. I'm like, oh, okay, that's dry. But if it was diaphoretic, sweaty,
Sweaty.
right? If it was clammy, if it was any number of different things, right? Okay.
Okay. Have you been hit by anything?
And that's not where we're at? Or are you doing the shock thing?
The shock.
Okay. What I want from that isn't I'm trying to solve this mystery, but more of this question. Are any of my vital signs, or sorry, I keep saying that. Are any of my ABCs abnormal? Are they?
Yes.
Which ones?
Your rate for your.
I've forgotten. But you're right. Yeah, rate for respirations, rate for,
Your heart rate,
yep.
but everything else for your breathing is fine.
Yeah, and I've got AFib, so irregular heart rate is very normal for me. But let's say the rate is fast. Okay, I have a fast breathing rate. I have a fast heart rate. Could that be a sign of shock? And if it is, which one do you suspect? How do you know? Because going up. If I've got, so when you suspect shock, I want you to treat shock. Good job, Waz. Well done. I want you to treat shock. I don't need you to solve why they're in shock just yet, but rather, are they in shock because I need to start treatment? What is the treatment, Kayla? Nice. Shock. Cover them. Supine position, and I've missed the one. Cover them, and oxygen, I think was probably the other one, right? That's what I want. Oh, he's a little tacky. Oh, he's a little hypotensive, or not hypotensive. Oh, he's a little Brady. Oh, he's a this and a that. This could be shock until I know better. Oxygen, supine, blanket. What would you do, Kayla? Essentially, you got this, got me, irregular heart rate, fast, increased respirations. You put me on oxygen. You lay me supine. I said, it's worse. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Well, I mean, if you're talking, then you're probably breathing.
Okay. Did she do something?
Yeah.
Did I get better or worse? If it's not working, I want to stop doing it, right? Now, it probably wasn't the application of oxygen. What was it probably? Flat on my back. Just listen to him, that's all, right? I'm like, okay, I'm gonna put you on oxygen. Okay, easy breaths, look at me. There you go, easy breaths. That's working, right? We're gonna let that keep going. Now I'm gonna lay you back, okay? Let's lay you back. Yeah, no. Okay, well, that's reversible, right? I got an antidote for you, right? So just talk to him, listen to him, absolutely. Yeah, very good. Expose and assess. I used to not even teach this for like another month. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. Exposing and assessing is your physical assessment. Who do we listen to lung sounds on?
Everyone.
It's pronounced everybody, but yes. Right, some clubs in there. I can appreciate that. A few windows, a couple of walls. All right. Very good. We're listening to lung sounds on everybody. Who do you think I want you to do a physical assessment on? Everybody. Now, what that looks like changes based on the complaint and the person and so on and so forth. But if you end a scenario without listening to lung sounds or doing a physical assessment, you have missed a lot. Now, one of the better students I have ever had was excellent at a physical assessment. And I asked once, I said, man, you're doing so well with this. What's your secret? And she said, I could never figure out when I was supposed to do everything or just parts of it. So I just did all of it all the time. And I was like, oh, that must be why you're very good at this. Because even though I was like, that's weird, she checked an abdomen. The guy didn't need that at all. But it's really great that she checked the upper left extremity for post-motor sensation. I'm glad she caught that. Well, she caught it every time because she did it every time, all of it. Now, I don't think that that's the best way to just, I'm trying to think who I haven't grabbed a lot lately. I just want to make sure it's not like one person too much or else they're going to talk. So, well, they might talk about us either way, Moaz. But in any event, if I'm doing a physical assessment and make up some complaint, how are you feeling today, sir?
I can't breathe.
You can't breathe. Okay, maybe I don't need to assess this guy's pelvis. I don't know.
Deep breath.
Right? What if I found out that he fell yesterday? What if I found out that he was taking blood thinners? What if I found out that his trouble breathing wasn't the beginning of his issue? It started ever since he fell. Does anybody see where I'm going? Where am I going? If I'd have done a full body assessment, even though he forgot because he's not a medical professional, he's a patient, in the middle of his emergency, forgot to mention he fell yesterday, but because I'm thorough, I said, all right, well, look, I'm sorry to hear about that. We're going to get you on some oxygen and start fixing some things, but I'm going to do a quick head-to-toe assessment on you. You just let me know if any of this hurts. And I push on his left pelvis, and he's like, ah! And I'm like, what? Hey, I'm so sorry. You okay? It just hurts ever since I fell. Okay, when did you fall? Well, yesterday about noon or so. I'm like, all right, did you pass out or anything? No, I didn't. Okay, well, let's go through your medical history. Found out he's in blood thinners. Now I'm starting to think his trouble breathing isn't a lung issue. that he's bleeding internally. And I figured that out because I pushed his pelvis, even though he complained of difficulty breathing. Now, don't get me wrong. If you're doing full head-to-toe assessments on all your patients, you're probably going to do it in some cases where you don't need to. But this early on, if you do it on everybody, you're going to miss almost nothing. Going to miss almost nothing. We assume that because you got called, I got called out once, a friend was showing his buddy his gun. He was cleaning it, he said. Does anyone know what rip rounds are?
Yes.
Suffice it to say, essentially, it's bullets cut in such a way that they're meant to expand. They're like hollow tips, but their emphasis on fragmentation. The point is this guy had a 9mm in his hand. He pulled the trigger on it on accident. And it was like a shotgun blast out of the back of his hand, right? I mean, if I just walked up there and had been like, hey, I don't need to do a full head to toe. Pretty clearly, you only shot through your hand. I would have missed the fact that after he did that, he got so weak, he passed out and fell back and hit his head. Now, unfortunately, the story doesn't end really cool where I'm like, he was having a stroke and I caught it. He was fine. He just bumped his head. But it was nice to go into the hospital and say, hey, also he's got a head injury. He passed out and fell. But I know that because I did a head-to-toe assessment instead of being like, oh, I should do this. Okay. What I'm getting at here is that we can make a choice when we get to expose and assess. We are making a choice between either a rapid head-to-toe or a focused assessment. Now, a rapid head-to-toe is what it sounds like, a head-to-toe assessment done quickly. A focused assessment is a more isolated experience. This might be a guy says, I got a history of a heart attack. I've had 3 heart attacks. My chest hurts today. It feels just like my heart attacks. It's not unreasonable, and you'd probably get full credit if the only thing you evaluated on that guy was his chest and maybe a little bit more. You missing out on points for a pelvis check on a chest pain guy and a guy who required a focused assessment might not be the end of the world. But again, like I said earlier, did you check his ankles? Well, I know you don't know a whole lot about that. You check his neck? Remember why we would check a neck for chest pain? That's weird, right? What if he had JVD? What if it was a sign of heart failure? Well, we don't know that yet. Right, so in the meantime, check it all. Now, it doesn't mean that rapid head-to-toe is always the right answer. There is a right answer for focused. What's hard for students is sometimes a focused assessment will look an awful like a detailed assessment. Detailed head-to-toe is everything, all of it, quickly, 60 to 90 seconds, right? In real life, I'll grab Sule. In real life, it's quick, right? If Sule's unconscious, you mind if I grab all of you? Okay, great. Essentially, if Sule's unconscious and stuff, I'm going through here, checking my fingers for blood, pushing in a way that if it cracked, crunched, or crinkled, I'd feel it. Looking behind the ears, this stuff, open mouth, there we go, no issues there, right? I'm palpating down the arm, going through the chest, feeling for crepitus, these kind of things, right? It's quick. Now, one thing I'm not doing, which I won't do here, which is exposing those things. If somebody is hurting, I want you to take eyes on it, and I want you to touch it, right? Oh, my wrist hurts. Let me see that wrist. Ah, my chest kind of hurts. Oh, okay. What you don't want to do is go all the way down a chest pain algorithm and find out the guy got bit by a spider. You're pouring aspirin and nitro, calling in medics. You know, whoa, helicopters are landing. Moves a certain way. Spider crawls out. You're like, ah. You look. I'm like, does it hurt when I press the spider right? He's like, yeah, a lot. I'm like, all right. We need to expose and look and palpate these things. So the rapid head-to-toe is fast. It doesn't mean, now in testing world, it takes a minute because you have to ask me everything. I'm looking at the head. Do I see any DCAT BTLS? I'm looking at the neck. Do I see any DCAT BTLS? Do I see any JVD? Is a trachea midline? Is a cervical spine free of obstruction? Free of penetration or any issues? Great. I'm looking at the chest. Do I see DCAT BTLS? Is it equal? Is it symmetrical? Is it got good chest rise and fall? I'm looking at the abdomen. I'm going to check the left quadrant, upper quadrant, left lower, upper right, lower right. Is it distended? You know, I mean, it takes a while, but in real life, I'm like, bop, bop, boop, boop, moving, right? So it takes a while to do the assessment. It'll feel like these assessments take a while, but they should be quick. So you're kind of making a choice. Like, don't get me wrong. If I ask the question, your guy was cutting open a boot and he stuck a knife through his hand, should you do a rapid head-to-toe or a focused assessment? Focused. Okay, great. We're going to do fine on written testing. I don't think you're crazy if you then say, okay, well, look, I got my patient's airway, we're loaded up or whatever. I'm now going to do a detailed head to toe. I already did my focused when we were on scene. Now I'm going to finish up with a detailed. Let's go through it all. Okay? So I would say this is how I'm trying to help you here. All patients get a physical assessment. All patients get it twice. Sometimes it's focused and then ends in detailed. Sometimes it's a rapid head to toe, and then you repeat it in the truck. But all people are getting a physical assessment. Generally speaking, they would say your rapid head to toe patients are for those that are altered, unresponsive, you don't speak the same language, they're confused. If you're an unreliable narrator, if you can't tell me how you feel, then I got to check everything. Right? I walk up, hey sir, how you feeling? He says, hola, como estas? I'm like, okay, we're gonna have to do a detailed head to toe. Ideally, someone can communicate to him about to pat him down. Right?
Well, no, you thought for interpret.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
I like the answer and the sass. I'll take them both. So generally speaking, this is for people who I can't adequately communicate with because their brain is broken or they speak a different language or any number of different things. Also, if it's a significant enough mechanism of injury. I mean, if Noah is talking to me right now, and he's talking just like he is, but he rolled down 3 flights of stairs, I'm probably going to check detailed head to toe just because of the mechanism of injury, MOI. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, there's a certain threshold for this stuff where I'm like, I'm going to look even though we basically speak the same language. With a focus, this is generally for my responsive. This is the, man, I've just got out of the hospital for pneumonia and I just can't catch my breath. I'm like, okay, I don't necessarily need to check his feet for that. But the part that's hard for you is that you don't know the specific part. Focus doesn't mean I only check one piece of the body. It means I'm only focusing on the body parts that are relevant. I know it's too early to know what's relevant, which is why I'm not trying to write test questions that are like, if I write a test question, it's more like, are you doing more than you need to? Not are you, you can skip some of these steps. So my recommendation essentially is that you be thorough. Okay. I should probably describe some of this stuff. Part of the reason why I'm I'm kind of going through it is my plan for you as a cohort is to break our patient assessment down into labs that are sectional. You go over to a lab and you just run scene size up and general impression stuff for 40 minutes, back and forth. You should be doing it at home, but I'll make you do it here. Then you go to the next one. It's just ABCs for 40 minutes or whatever. An adjunct is there to basically make sure you're doing it and answer any questions, right? You just over and over and over. Then we going into, it'll be something like this, just like we just did. What's my airway? Okay, what's my breathing? Okay, what's my circulation? Oh, okay, great. And then he says, could this be shock? And you say, well, yeah, my vital signs are abnormal. Great, so then what would you do? Well, oxygen, supine, whatever. Great. Next, let's do it again and again and again and again. We're going to repeat some of these things so much it affects our relationship. It'll start to annoy you. It'll start to frustrate you. But I've done this 1,000 times. Great. We're doing it half as many as I want then. Over and over and over. Because I know if you don't already, when you crawl into somebody's house and your brain falls outside of your head, I need you to work anyways. When you're so full of stress, you're like, I don't know why my hands are doing this, but it looks professional. Right? I need this so ingrained in you that even when you lose a bunch to stress, you still do a good job. If you train for 100%, even when stress hits, you'll still pass. But if you're training to just pass, when the stress hits, you're going to fail. Right? So we're going to do these things fundamentally and incrementally over and over and over. Now, who are we listening to lung sounds on? Everybody. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Very good. Now, I put up here, you'll see on, I think, the graded one, it kind of awkwardly sits next to expose and assess. There's lung sounds, and what else is next to it? Pupils. I want you to check lung sounds and pupils on all patients, every single patient. Everybody. How do they say everybody? Yeah. I'm Midwestern. I don't have an accent. When people sing across the country, they sing like me. The Michigan accent is nasal. It's taken me a long time to say legs, eggs. It was always legs, eggs. Yeah. Or another one is uts, root. Like, don't step on that root. Root. It was so funny. I had read this article, and then like a month later or whatever, I'm in a store and I round the corner and a guy bumps into me. I'm like, oop, 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 oop. And he's like, oh, oop, 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 oop. And I was like, it's so funny. I just read somewhere that like, that's a Michigan thing. And he's like, I am from Michigan. I was like, so am I. Oop, 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 oop.
Do you have to do some like secret Michigan handshake after?
No. No. We just talked about the water. That's all. All right.
That is the Michigan handshake.
Ain't it though? I remember I was in California. Forgive me here. I was in California. We were going to BlizzCon, and I got in an Uber, and she's like, "Oh, where are you guys from?" And I said, "Uber."
Uber kind of stretched out that U.
Evidently.
All the way to California.
I said, "Oh, I'm from Flint." She's like, "Oh, Flint. That place is kind of a piece of shit, isn't it?" And I was like, "Yes, it is. That is correct. It wasn't too great before the water." All right, so we need to check pupils. This needs to be done with a pen light. We'll get into it more as time goes on. But for now, you should know, all right, I'm going to do my physical assessment. I'm going to do a check with the eyes, and I'm going to listen to lung sounds. Okay? We'll talk about it more later. Then I want you to assess the head. And so kind of what this is I'll say this, you say it back to me. DCAP.
Yeah.
Say it like DCAP. BTLS. This is an initialism for the things we're looking for when we're inspecting injury. Deformity, contusion, abrasion, and so forth. DCAP, BTLS. So basically it's for all injury. What? All right. Every time we're checking a patient's pupils and lung sounds, whether you're doing head to toe, rapid, physical, detailed, focus, whatever that you want to call it, pupils and lung sounds on everybody. But you're not checking everything all the time. What I'm saying here is every patient receives a physical assessment. This may be rapid head to toe or focused. Always assess pupils with a pen light and auscultate lung sounds anteriorly and posteriorly. We're also assessing all regions, meaning all, the head region, neck region, chest, and so forth, all regions when appropriate, additionally evaluating the following as indicated. So I need DCAP BTLS on everything. Essentially, I'm just asking, is there a deformity here? No. Is there a contusion here? Is there an abrasion here? Is there a puncture here? And so forth. Is there a burn here? DCAP BTLS is our way of saying, like, look, you know all the types of injuries, let's just say. So you end up doing that. I'm going to inspect the head for any DCAP BTLS. None. I'm going to look at the neck, DCAP BTLS. In addition to DCAP BTLS, JVD, tracheal position, and cervical spinal step-offs. I'm now going to look at the chest. What's the first thing I want to look for? DCAP BTLS. Any sign of injury? Then symmetry, and then adequate chest rise and fall. I want to go to the abdomen. What do I want to look at first? DCAP BTLS. And I want to check all 4 quadrants. And I want to look for distension, like a blown-up balloon. I'm going to go to the pelvis. Do I start with stability? No. I want to look for DCAP BTLS. I'm sure it's in your book. I don't remember if I have a helpful assignment coming up, but you definitely need to know it before you take the test on Tuesday. DCAP BTLS and what it stands for. It most assuredly will be part of the homework assignment. It just doesn't exist yet. Great. So we need to do a physical assessment. We're looking for DCAP BTLS on all of those. In addition to that, we're looking for more. We'll have labs where all the lab is, all right, you arrived to find a patient. Please show me what it looked like to do a physical assessment. I'd like this to be a graded assignment. That the primary assessment is its own grade, and then a detailed head to toe is its own grade. So that way I can be sure that you know it before we go put it together in a scenario. Well, put it together in a graded scenario. Now, once we have done our physical assessments, we then need to determine where we're going, or at least this is where we start going. Now, your scene time is graded. You got 12 minutes to get off scene before your points start going down. At 12 minutes, 1 second, you're now losing points. At, I don't remember, 15 minutes probably, now you get 0 points for the transport time. Now the truth is that most real scene times need to be around 10 minutes, ideally. But because I know that it actually takes some conversation to do a physical assessment in ABCs, we give you 2 extra minutes, essentially. Yari?
Is this 12 minutes for a responsive patient? Is this 12 minutes to do a whole assessment?
All people. That means that you say, okay, I see you finished your pre-plan. You just mentioned your partner is going to get you vitals. I'm going to go ahead and start this timer. You have 12 minutes to get there. Walk over there, assess them, and get off scene. I'm glad you asked. That means essentially I come up, do an assessment, load you to the stretcher, get you in the ambulance, say, hey, partner, go ahead and drive for me. Boom, we are now off scene. It's that easy, too.
That's the hypothetical. If we're actually in a situation where we need to have ALS come on, we have to wait for them to arrive. Then that makes a difference, right?
I'm not going to have a graded scenario where I punish you for having to wait for something I asked for. However, if you, in real life, I got to have a metric. We're aiming for 10 minutes or whatever. There are plenty of scenes where I'm talking to a psych patient for an hour and a half. You know what I mean? But if you're an unconscious person, there's no universe I'm on scene for any moment longer than I absolutely have to. You need a doctor. Lan?
I was going to ask a very similar question, which is 20 minutes for the medic to arrive. Do we get in the ambulance or wait?
Is the question, if I'm a working EMT and okay, what's the scenario? In a scenario, you've called ALS.
Yeah.
Okay, and what's the question?
We're like, oh, dispatch, can you bring like a paramedic?
Yep, and they're like, sure, they're 18 minutes out.
Sure, and now it's 12 minutes, and like, what do I do? Are we waiting?
Well, that would be a good question. If you've gone through ABCs and gotten an ETA, so let's say we're 12 minutes in scene, and essentially, I should say this, the only time a medic will arrive in one of your scenarios, I will be specifically trying to teach you how to interact with medics. It will almost always be 1 second longer than you have to do the scenario. Essentially, medics never arrive in EMT school.
Sure, but we lose points up to 20 minutes.
If you're talking about in a graded scenario, you are off scene, you need to be off scene for full credit within 12 minutes. You will be completed with your scenario, win, lose, or draw, at 20 minutes. If you're like, but I didn't get to him, like, no, it's 20 minutes. That's all you had. T?
Okay, so going back to the dispatch work, so if we call back and say, what's the ETA on ALS? How do we basically say, well, we don't need ALS, we're going to go straight to the hospital?
Just like that. Yeah. In fact, when I was an EMT, I worked for 2 years as an EMT. I worked a bunch of cardiac arrests without medics because they just weren't there in time. Called up the doctor. They're like, yeah, I'm 5 minutes down the road. And I said, okay, well, our medic's 13 minutes out. You want me to wait for epi and not move him? Like, nope, bring him to me. I'm like, great. You know, whoever that was, let's call it from the beginning, be like, dispatch is chat 10. Chat 10, go ahead. Hey, to the unit en route to ALS unit en route to our scene, let them know we're heading emergent. We're going to be taking 5th, down to 3rd, up to 2nd. We're at the hospital. If they can meet me along the way, great. Otherwise, see you. This is Alpha. We're on the other side of the street. We're not going to be able to hit you. Have a good day. All right. Pass them. Rossi?
So for clarification on any of the patient assessments for like the test, we're gonna be all transporting them?
Yes, you are always aiming for transport. There's a couple in there where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna teach you a little bit about a refusal, or you simply don't. I'm like, hey, this one is gonna be all about like a cardiac arrest. You're probably not transporting a lot of those, but it is possible. But your goal, your job as an EMT is to stabilize people and take them to the hospital. So the vast majority of your experience here is gonna involve transport.
So to sum it up, the graded scenarios, you will be transporting someone and getting them out of there.
All graded scenarios, you need to transport. In fact, I am having trouble thinking of a non-graded scenario I don't expect you to transport in. It is a huge portion of it. Both the packaging and the reassessment and so forth. Thomas? You are physically loading them. Many students get in trouble because they're like, well, I said I'd check a blood pressure. And I'm like, right, but I got a video of you saying it and never doing it. You have to do it. That is a common situation. So make sure you are saying the things and doing the things. Let the adjunct say, like, one of the most common occurrences is like, if we're knee deep in an AEMT school and you tell your partner to get a set of vital signs, I'm not going to interrupt you probably and say, hey, I need to make sure you can check a blood pressure. You've been here for weeks and weeks. If you couldn't check a blood pressure, you probably wouldn't still be here. But if you say, well, I'm an AEMT, why don't my partner go ahead and start an IV, we won't be surprised if the adjunct says, sure, but we're going to have you do that while he does something else, because now that's part of the graded scenario. So I would say, generally speaking, in graded scenarios, I always say, you want to know how to steal it? Have your partner do everything physical. Hey, get a full set of vitals. Hey, go ahead and splint that injury. All right, go ahead and get me a backboard. We'll start this setup. Just push all the physical stuff. Let the adjunct say, oh, we're actually grading this portion of it too. So you need to show me how to put on a tourniquet so I know you how to do it right or whatever. But generally speaking, your patient scenario grades are more about, do you know how to assess and evaluate treatment for patients? That's why we try to isolate the skills. It's difficult to grade them very specifically together. Yeah.
How much of a heads up on the scenario are we getting?
None. It depends. Like, do you mean like, I'll tell you coming up, like your first graded one's a medical, your second one's a trauma. They're both adults. Or at least they were last year. And so that kind of heads up for sure. But as far as what kind of medical, sky's the limit.
So you might not tell me gunshot, but you tell me trauma.
Yeah, that will be it. Whether or not it's medical or trauma, and then probably whether or not it's adult or not. But if you think about it, sky isn't really the limit. You've got 2 pages of intervention cards. Whatever that patient needs is either going to be nothing within your scope or one of those 13 things. So it's not really sky's the limit. If you get through a graded assessment and you're like, huh, that's weird. I didn't need to do anything that's on these intervention cards. Well, maybe. Maybe one of those things, maybe 2. Now, we've got transport time, right? We talked about we got to be off scene in how many minutes? Cool. Here's something I'm really excited about this year. Not only do I want this group to be learning the radio more frequently, every year I tell people, you should set timers. You got scene time of 12 minutes, which means every 6 minutes you should be like, okay, I'm halfway through my scene time. What do I know? What would I like to do in the next 6 minutes? Now, I keep telling people to do that. I've never seen them do it. Now I'm going to make you. What's going to happen essentially is that for the foreseeable future when you're running scenarios is your adjunct is going to be doing a code 4 check at 6 minutes every time. This is what a code 4 check is. I think it was Myrna. Myrna's my radio girl. Let's see. We can do Destiny. You're on scene, okay? You're working through, you're like, okay, ABCs, let's give oxygen or whatever. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, chat 10. Hey, just doing a code 4 check. Yeah, and then you say chat 10. Yeah, you say it right back, so you did fine. That's it. Chat 10. Hey, just doing a code 4 check. That's essentially code that we're not really supposed to do, but I can't get out of my brain. Essentially just saying, are you all right? Generally speaking, a lot of companies will do it when you get to like 30 and 40 minutes on scene. They'll be like, hey, code 4, like, are you all right? I'm just touching base. But I'm going to do it at 6 minutes every time for the foreseeable future for 2 reasons. Number 1, that means you keep your radio close. And number 2, it's our way of saying, you're halfway through your scene time. Are you where you want to be? Because I'm like, man, it's such a good idea to set timers. I don't see anybody doing it. I'm like, okay, I'll do it. I'll set the timer. So we're going to do this to get you familiar with the radio and also to get your brain thinking, okay, this is the halfway point. I need to start making a plan of exit, right? Now, where we're going matters big time. You got a guy that's got a heart attack and you go to a place that can't fix a heart attack, that's a problem. All hospitals don't do all things. Now, I know that essentially we got a lot going on and it's too soon to expect you to know all that stuff. These are the major highlights. Heart center, stroke center, trauma center, ped center. Those are the highlights. Your guy's got chest pain. Do you want to go to a stroke center? Yes. It depends.
Sorry.
It depends. It depends if they got both, if they got all. All I expect from you right now, especially as in the beginning of these scenarios, is for essentially when you say, well, I want to go to the hospital, the adjunct's going to say, where? All my hospitals are fictitious. So you should never, or some of the adjuncts like to say, oh, we're right here. You got to know where the local hospitals are. I'm like, sure, totally, except for they might move out of state. I don't really care that you know. So often I'll say, oh, sure, you got Hurley and McLaren. You got Genesis. You got red hospital, blue hospital. And I want to know whether you know how to ask, okay, well, which one of those is a heart center? Because my guy's got chest pain. My guy's got a face melting stroke. Does blue hospital have a stroke center? No. Okay, then we're going to red center, even though it's 10 minutes farther. So it's not just enough, because if you take a guy who's having a stroke to Kmart, we're not doing him much good. And if you take him to a hospital that doesn't have a stroke center, it's like you took him to Kmart. Kmart smart. If you don't take people to the places that can fix them, then you're not doing anything for them. So we need to start getting in the habit, essentially, as we begin our patient assessment and transport, of saying, well, do I think, and it's okay, ask the adjuncts. If you don't know, just ask them. Hey, I don't really know anything about specialty centers. Have you seen anything in this scenario that should make me think that? He's like, well, he's 2 years old. Based on his injuries, he may or may not need a pediatric specialty center. So it's usually a good idea with pediatrics to go to a pediatric specialty center. It's not always the best or necessary answer, but it's certainly never the wrong one, or rarely. So make sure we're asking about that. Now it says Finn, it's not Finn. We used to do this in 2 days. This is just the end of essentially the first chunk. We'll take a quick break, and then when we come back, we're going to practice everything that we've done all the way down to transport decision. OPQRST can be a little tricky for some things, right? Palliation and provocation. It's a fancy way of saying what makes it better, what makes it worse. I'm sorry you're having pain today. Does anything make it better? Well, no. Does anything make it worse? Yeah, ever since you stood me up, it's gotten a lot worse. Great. I think we should sit down. Palliation, provocation. Does anything make it better? Does anything make it worse? Radiation. Radiation means, does your pain move? So your finger hurts. Does it hurt anywhere else? You'll see in the book there are differentiating facets here. We have radiation, we have referred pain. Oh, did I skip quality? OPQ, OP, I did. I skipped Q. I'm so sorry. Let's just back up, go to quality. Quality is essentially you asking, how does it feel? My experience is, nobody knows how this stuff feels. How does it feel? Bad, man. That's why I called 911, idiot. Great. When people don't know how to describe their pain, I help them with it. It's usually one of these. Is it sharp? Oh, you're hurting. I'm so sorry. Is it sharp, dull, or burning? Usually one of those. If they say, well, I'm not sure, I don't know, then I just usually do this, one finger or a hand. Does it feel more like this? I press a finger. Or does it feel more like this? I press a hand. They're like, oh, I guess it's the hand. I'm like, all right, we'll call it dull. Sometimes they need help figuring out how it feels, and the description can become important as we go on. Somatic is sharp pain. What kind of pain is somatic? Sharp. Visceral is vague pain. What kind of pain is visceral? Vague. Dull pain. What the difference here is where you have nerve endings, it can be very specific where you're hurting. Where do I hurt on my hand? Right there. It's a sharp piercing pain here. It's a sharp piercing pain here. Turns out you got a bunch of nerves there. It's pretty easy to pinpoint. But in the abdomen, where you got all these organs that do not have sensory nerves, it might just be more like, I don't know, it's just all over here. That is a visceral pain, a vague pain. Here's how I know that and never forgot it. An evisceration is when your organs are coming out. Viscera. So visceral is referring to the organs that do not have sense, are not very good at expressing through sensory nerves. Somatic is sharp, visceral is vague. Region and radiation. Basic, we're talking about, okay, so I know where you said you hurt. You hurt in your head. Do you hurt anywhere else? I see you, Rossi. We want to differentiate focal and diffuse as well. Is it in one spot or is it spread out over a large spot? focal and diffuse. More than anything, if I say focal pain, I want you to be able to have a frame for what I'm talking about. If I say, oh man, it's diffuse all across my back, not that patients are going to use those words. But we need to be able to differentiate somatic, vague, focal, and diffuse. Rossi?
Are you going to put a study guide for the test?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I got to write the test first.
Tuesday?
Yeah.
I hope so. I know all the answers.
Yeah, that would be very helpful. Here's how you get through radiating and referred. Radiating leaves a trail. My finger hurts, my hand hurts, my forearm hurts, my shoulder hurts. My finger is radiating pain to my shoulder. Referred pain is my finger hurts, my shoulder hurts. There's no trail between them. There's a lot of discussions about what is causing referred pain. Some people talk about how we were an embryo and shared nerve endings and blah, blah, blah. What a lot of it is simply where certain organs are innervated is near other ones, and so they'll share symptoms, like having what Emily was talking about, chest pain, having referred pain in the shoulder. My heart is hurting and now my shoulder hurts. They're sharing like nerve bundles, nerve associated there. So again, radiated is saying, oh, my toe hurts, my shin hurts, my knee hurts, my hip hurts or whatever. Referred is man, my jaw's hurting like crazy, but so is my stomach. I'm like, well, they may be unrelated, but they also might be sharing certain pathways. We'll learn later about how certain organs will cause left or right-sided shoulder pain. My abdomen hurts, but so does my shoulder. But as long as you're doing your patient assessment, doing it well, like, are you hurting anywhere? Yeah, man, I'm hurting my stomach, but you miss the point to ask about the shoulder. If you're just in the habit of saying, great, well, that's your chief complaint is stomach pain. Are you hurting anywhere else? And are you having any trouble breathing? They'll be like, yeah, actually, now that you mention it, right? Radiating versus referred. With severity rather, OPQRS, right? Severity is essentially, most people will say on a scale from 1 to 10. Mr. Fearon doesn't ask anybody on a scale of 1 to 10 because if I hear one more 11, I'm going to lose my mind. Well, the scale only goes to 10. Your 11 is not relevant. You know, like 10 is the highest of the scale. No, it's 11. You don't know how bad I'm feeling. I'm like, I saw my wife have a baby. I'm pretty sure I know what an 11 looks like. I just say moderate or severe. Now, I don't care what you do, really. 1 to 10, 10 being the worst, sir. How do you feel? I just said moderate or severe. Sir, I can see you're in pain. Would you describe it as moderate or severe? Oh, it's severe. Great, understood. Because I'm not really focused on the number so much as on the progress. Oh, it's severe. I'm so sorry. Here, I'm going to give you aspirin and nitro a few minutes later. How's your pain now? Is it still severe? No, not so much. Great. May I call it moderate? It's a little less. You see what I'm saying? I'm just charting where we're going. I don't care about the number. That's just pet peeve of mine. You do whatever you want. In any event, I got to know how bad it hurts. Time is often confused with onset and events, in fact. Onset is what question? Did this happen gradually or sudden? All of a sudden or gradually? Time is okay, so it happened all of a sudden, but when all of a sudden? Yesterday? 2 days ago? Does it come and go? Now, you're not going to get in trouble for saying, okay, I'm going to ask R, then S, then Q, then P, then maybe T twice. Like, no one gets in trouble for that. As long as you're hitting them all, you're going to get all those points. But generally speaking, the more disheveled it is, the less you're going to remember to do. Sometimes people don't know why they called the ambulance. They're having a hard time. They'll be like, I don't know, something's wrong. Oh, well, are you hurting? I'm not really, I don't know, I guess I'm sick or whatever. The way I get through that is I just say, okay, well, look, did something happen or do you just decide enough was enough? And they're like, oh, God, it's just enough was enough. I'm like, all right, well, let's get going. So there's a few different ways to ask that. We'll skip pertinent negatives. Now we go into sample history. Who are we asking OPQRST? Yeah, thanks. I asked that weird, but you answered it right. Sample, everybody. Lung sounds, everybody. Basically everything, everybody. SAMPLE. That's a sample for me. Signs and symptoms is the trickiest part of this. Here's what I expect from you. You either say the signs and symptoms you have thus discovered, or you ask the patient if they have any other signs and symptoms. Soleil says that she's got chest pain. I get to sample. I say, okay, well, my patient said that she had chest pain. Hey, other than the chest pain, you got anything else going on? Are you okay? I'm okay. Okay, done, sample. Or S, I should say, signs and symptoms. Allergies. Sir or ma'am, do you have any allergies? You allergic to any medications? M, medications. What are you taking? The students keep telling me, every time I come back from registry, they ask me a bunch of questions about medications that are not in our scope. I'll be doing my best to kind of make you apprised of those things, but mostly they're diabetic medications and they're blood pressure medications. And we talk about them a bit, but they got to know that you know what they do, even if you can't give them. Pertinent past medical history. We'll talk about that one in depth here in just a second. Last in, last out. I want to know what they put in their mouth. I want to know what came out of their body. We are going to ask every patient what they ate, how their pee was, and how their poop was every single time. I got some fitness people in here. Right? Who's my fitness over here? T? I thought it was, yeah, you big fitness? Not Rossi? Someone? Yeah? I thought Rossi. It was, I get it, Brandon. Yeah, street, no street. I thought Rossi was big on fitness. Yeah, why are you being meek? She hates it. Oh, don't worry about her. Okay, is not a lot of how, ooh, that was a weird face. Is not a lot of what is happening in health, simply the things that you put into your body. Yeah. Well, yeah, almost 100% of where you're at your station in life is the things you're putting in your body. And we're not putting cancer in there and stuff. Some of us get it anyway. So last in is very important, easily for allergic reaction stuff, no doubt. That one's easy. But also like asking a person, well, am I just feeling dizzy? I said, what's the last thing you ate? Well, yeah, exactly. Nothing. I'm like, okay, what about drink? Well, I had coffee this morning. I said, what about water? No, I don't drink a lot of water. Did you have coffee yesterday? Yeah. I have coffee every day. It's the only liquid I drink. I'm like, all right, I'm starting to solve this puzzle. Just asking what he ate. Then I want to say, okay, well, how's your urination been? Normal? It's like, I mean, I guess. I'm like, okay, so not too much, not too little? Well, not a lot anymore. Okay, so I got a guy drinking a bunch of coffee who isn't urinating. Yeah, you see where I'm going, right? So we got to talk about it. Now, much like doing 12 leads on women, right, where we pull back their shirts to put on stickers and stuff, we make these things weird as clinicians, not them. You don't want to be like, ma'am, how's your pee smell? Sorry, like we're making it weird. If you go in professional, it's not that big of a deal. Hey, how's your urination been? Would you say it's normal? Not too much, not too little? What about your last bowel movement? Was it loose? Normal there as well? When was it? Great. It's kind of silly talk poo-poo and pee-pee, but it's super important. What we are is what we put in and what comes out of us. Guy's got abdominal pain for 13 days. You never asked him if he'd passed. Dude hasn't had it. I remember asking once, I said to a lady, I said, oh, your abdomen is hurting. I said, when was your last bowel movement? What?
Ironically, that's the first thing I ask my boys whenever they're like, my stomach hurts. I'm like, when's the last time you pooped?
100%.
Literally every single time.
Yeah. Poop matters. All right. I asked a lady once, I said, your stomach's hurting how long? She said, a couple of days. I said, well, when was your last bowel movement? She said, a couple of days. I said, well, sweetie, I think this one will solve itself. She said, well, I do get a lot of impactions, but I've been trying to fix it. I was like, oh, yeah? She said, yeah, you know how like your mom tells you if you just kind of dig it out, then it'll kind of all come out? And I was like, well, my mother missed that one. Yeah. Obviously, it wasn't working. Now, you'll see on your sheet, it says, I think in blue, like a hyperlink, it says at some point, when you're asking medical history, blah, 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 or just do this, this is the this I'm talking about. Just what you needed, right? Another long script to memorize. Or just be a weak clinician. That's fine. Skip it. All right. I'm not saying you have to do this, and over time, this will be largely what you're doing. Say this with me. Lungs, Heart? Brain. Okay, that's what this is in a nutshell. When you forget what to ask the patient about in their medical history, think that. Hey, you got any issues with your lungs? No. Hey, do you got any issues with your heart? Do you have any issues with your brain, like seizures, stroke, diabetes? Schizophrenia, sure. Look, I think there are better. This is the way to do it. I literally said this to almost word for word to every patient I ever had. That's the script. And people would sit, I'm not super comfortable saying it, but they would sit and be like, gosh, your assessments are so good. I'm like, thanks. They're the same every time. I got good at one and did it forever. This is the script. That link will take you there. The slides are there for you. But this is going to be, hey, I'm going to ask you a series of yes and no questions. Are you ready? If they say yes or anything other than yes, rather, I know they don't know how the game is played. I'm like, totally. Just yes and no questions, okay? Because we got a lot of stuff to get through. I got 6 minutes to save your life, and you tell me about 1982 when you've had your first. I'm like, nope, we got to move. Have you ever had a heart attack? What about congestive heart failure? Not only am I asking medical questions, but I'm asking them in simple form. I'm trying to. If they don't know the answer to the question, then the answer is no. You got any problems with your lungs? I don't think so. Okay. So no asthma or COPD? What about high blood pressure or medication for it? Because you'll get every myriad of answers here. No, I don't have high blood pressure. I take medicine for it. Do you have high blood pressure? Yes, I do. Oh, okay. But I don't take meds for it. Well, okay. Well, I have meds, but I don't take them. It's like there's no way to ask this I haven't found that doesn't get somebody going, well, you didn't ask that. I'm like, couldn't you see what I was trying to do? Do you have diabetes, have a seizure, stroke, any mental health conditions such as anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, or bipolar? Have you ever had cancer? You ever had surgery? What about stomach problems? Do you smoke or drink alcohol? That's almost everything that you need to ask about a medical history. In the absence of knowing what to say, ma'am or sir, do you have any medical history? So you can do all of that, or say, ma'am or sir, do you have any medical history? The problem is when you ask that, they don't know what to tell you. And over time, I'd like to see you gravitate towards this. I'm not saying you need to remember this. I'm saying ask them about their medical history, and if they're like, I don't think anything, you say, oh, okay. And I'm not saying brain, heart, lungs is what you say to them. I say you think about it. Oh, okay. You got any breathing problems? No. What about heart problems? Ever have any heart problems? No. Anything, any issues in your brain, seizure, stroke, anything like that? No. That'll get you through most of it.
Would you be opposed to us printing this out? And
No.
having it like an intervention card?
No, I love that.
Okay.
I think I've tried before. It's difficult to fit. Part of the reason I put the drugs, psychosis stuff here is you might walk in to a person not taking their meds. They're hanging from the chandeliers, and the first question you want to ask is, hey, are you a crazy person? Not only has a person that struggled in that way been asked that before, but their brain is probably doing it to them all day, every day. And they've probably been on an ambulance more times than you will by the time you see them. All I'm saying is be careful with some of these sensitive topic questions, and if you're going to ask them, you should ask them directly, but you bury them in a medical assessment. When I walk in, I want to know, I got a young lady, I'm worried about abuse and neglect. Maybe it's not the first thing out of my mouth. I'm like, okay, I'm sorry you don't feel well. I see you got a bruise here, sweetie, but I want to just go through your medical questions real quick, okay? Some medical questions with you. You have any breathing problems? No. What about your heart? Does your heart move too fast, too slow, anything like that? Medicine for it? No. Okay. Any seizures or any stroke or anything like that? Do you smoke cigarettes? No. Any street drugs? No. Are you sexually active? You know, I'm starting to kind of move into it. You don't want to walk in and be like, are you taking your bipolar meds? They're going to be like, who the hell are you? You just add it as a medical assessment, right? Make sure that your diagnosis, your field differential, your field diagnosis of anxiety is a diagnosis of exclusion. When you deem something as, oh, this is just anxiety, it's because it cannot be anything else. One of the earliest signs of compensation is anxiety. You come in, there's a 16-year-old boy, just got in an argument with his dad, and you're like, fire says, hey, it's just a panic attack. Okay, first of all, just a panic attack tells me you ain't never had one. Number two, we use this as diagnosis of exclusion. I check his blood pressure, his pulse, his oxygen, his airway, his lungs. full head to toe, all these things. I don't know what any of this stuff is. Mom says, do you think it'd be a panic attack? And you say, I'm not really sure, Mom, but what I can tell you is everything checks out clean. Great, so I don't need to go to the hospital? No, I think you should. Well, I really don't want to. You said it's nothing else. I said, look, you called because you didn't have any answers to what was going on, and I didn't give you answers to what's going on. I know he's stable, but you're a smart woman, and you called the ambulance today for a reason. We opened this can, let's finish it. Let's go to the hospital and be delighted to find out we wasted everybody's time. You don't want to wake up at 2 a.m. to find out that it was actually an embolism somewhere, that it wasn't anxiety like we thought it was. Let's go see it through. Oof, I don't think we need to do psychosis stuff. I don't remember. Well, we'll do it eventually. We got this stuff done, head of the curve there. Mr. Fearon, why are you talking about colorimetric devices? Jesus Christ. This you got to know. Constricted is referred to as, oh, we know some of this. What an amazing instructor. This one is new, anisocoria, yeah? Unequal pupils. People can be born with it. Some freaks of nature can be, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I do actually. If I stare at somebody for someone, they'll do it.
Oh, I've never heard of them happening, but usually the people I know that have it, they're just always in a state of that, but fascinating. Consult a physician, sure.
I have.
Okay, some people can be born with it, but look, what this means in a traumatic scenario essentially is they're having brain bleed. If a dude fell out of a car and you show up and his eyes are different pupil sizes, something's wrong.
Does it normally correlate with like an impact?
Yeah.
Like if one, I don't remember.
Opposite side.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, based on the pressure. But if I'm, Jada says to me, she's like, oh, I call for difficulty breathing. I'm checking her lungs and stuff. Now I just do a pupil assessment and I'm like, hey, anybody ever tell you got different sized pupils? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not too worried about a head injury, or at least no more than usual. So I'm not thinking that this is anisocoria in a pathological sense. It might be in a congenital sense. She was born with it. So I'm not saying every disassociated pupil this way or differentiated pupil is some kind of profound brain injury. Some people are born with it. But if your dude just fell off a 2-story deck and he's got a cracked skull and he shows up with that, I don't care whether you say you're born with it or not. I'm going to take that as suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Heck yeah, that was awesome. Perla. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but essentially Perla is what we're checking when we're looking at eyes. The one I want to spend some time on is the one that'll be tricky to understand, which is accommodation. Are your pupils equal? Because they need to be the same size. Are they round? If they're a problem, if they're different shapes, like a triangle, that'd be weird. And are they reactive to light? The accommodation is essentially, are you able to follow and accommodate the movement? That's accommodation. That's what the A is. I never checked it, but a couple of times in my entire career, but that's what it stands for. I love this. That's why, see, cute example. Beep, beep, boop, boop. There is not much that causes meiosis that isn't light or opiates. If I walk up and your person has pinpoint pupils, there's not a lot that does that isn't the light you're shining in their eyes or opiates. Opiates specifically. With mydriasis or dilation, there's not a lot that does that except for darkness or stimulants. Stimulants make you go up, they cause dilation. Opiates make you go down, yeah. What about fentanyl? Opiate. So you would expect if somebody, he knows a guy, essentially you would expect meiosis, you'd expect meiosis with fentanyl use, possibly. Possibly. Oh boy. All right, last thing here. We'll deal with radio ports another time. You're in a sing-song spirit, and I love it. Now, we've got a full set of vital signs you need to check on every patient. For the field impression, this is what I want you to do. I guess I realize now, condition-specific questions. These are questions that don't fit an OPQRST and sample. Like, when was your last menstrual cycle? Sir, are you nauseated? I'm telling you this. You want to steal some points on a practical? Here we go. Say nausea.
Nausea.
Say dizziness. Say visual deficit.
Visual deficit.
If you said, okay, now that I've gotten through OPQRST and sample, sir, let me ask you a couple questions here. Are you feeling nauseated? No. How about dizziness? Any dizziness? No. Any visual deficits like blurring, black spots? If you just say that every time, almost every adjunct is going to be like, geez, what a clinician. Blurriness or black spots, visual problems. If you just say, man, I don't even know what to ask there. I'm just going to do what he said. Yum. Awesome. Great. Feeling nauseated? Any dizziness? What about visual deficits? I'll bet you adjuncts are going to be like, whoa, whoa. And you're like, what? I ask that every time. And they're like, oh. I'm like, no, not oh. Whoa. Great. Now, what might fit in there is a bunch of other stuff. Do you take blood thinners? Because that was important here. Like I said, do you have an IUD in? You know, do you have all kinds of different things, right? Not an IED. That's a whole different. Anyway. When we get to field impression, the adjuncts will prompt you. Great. If you forget to say, this is my field impression, they will prompt you. You can't miss this step. They'll stop you. Okay, Brandon, I understand. Look, I didn't hear a field impression. Please tell me what you think. And here's what I expect from you. Number one, essentially, you state what you think this is, and then you say why you think it's that. And it can be simple. Well, my field impression is that my patient's having a heart attack, and it's because he's having chest pain and he's got high blood pressure. What I have learned essentially is that people will stop asking questions when they make a field impression, which is why I make you do 2. So what I want from you is essentially to say, well, I think this might be a heart attack because of the chest pain and he's over the age of 40. That might be a heart attack. Great. My alternate field impression is essentially me saying, all right, well, if it's not that, then it might be this. If it's not a heart attack, well, chest pain could be, I guess, a lung issue, and I don't have supporting evidence for that because he had clear lung sounds, and his breathing seems fine. His pulse ox was good. You get all those points. I need you to say, I think it's this, that's why I treated him this way, but if it's not that, then maybe it's this, because I have to get you in the habit of saying, maybe, stay hungry, stay curious. Don't just say, well, this is obviously a heart attack because this. No, at some point I'm going to say, well, if it isn't, then what else could it be? Lastly is reassessment. I don't even know that I have a thing on that here. Make sure you're looking at your sheet there for reassessment. Make sure you're looking at your sheet for reassessment. What I don't expect is for you to literally repeat your entire scenario. This is kind of an overview. You just proved to me, ideally, that you could do this. You just proved to me that you knew how to go through a primary. But as you can see, it looks like a summary of the whole thing, right? So my expectations for you is for you to be loaded up in the truck, transporting to the hospital, having given your radio report, and the whole thing's coming to a close. But instead of saying, anyways, I'd sit there with both thumbs in my butt until I got to the hospital, instead you say, no, here's what I'm going to continuously do. Everything I just did on repeat. And so what I would say is stuff like, okay, I just finished my radio report. We're a few minutes out. I'm just going to go through and evaluate my patient complaints. Sir, you were starting with chest pain. Is it still chest pain? Yeah. Any better or worse? No? Great. I just reevaluated my chief complaint. You said you were in pain. Are you still in pain? You were having trouble breathing. Are you still having trouble breathing? Next. ABCs. I don't need you to go A, then B. I say, hey, adjunct, have my ABCs changed at all? No. Okay. Great. Then I'm looking, what about disability, mental status? So, sir, how you been feeling? I'm just still making sure that he's not confused, or if he was lethargic, that he's not still lethargic, or whatever. I just need to basically check it again. Expose and reassess. Who gets physical assessment? Everybody. They also get it twice. If I was just looking at his hand because he cut it on a piece of glass, later when I'm in the truck, I'm doing it again, and probably head to toe. Because having a giant piece of glass in your hand can make you forget about the fact that you busted your knee on something when you tripped. So not only are you doing a physical assessment, you're probably doing it twice. But maybe if you've already done a full detailed head to toe, you just say, well, at this point, I would just repeat my head to toe assessment. Do I notice any changes? Okay. Then every intervention you did you put him on the stretcher? Yes, great. How you feeling since I put you on the stretcher? Did I lean you back? Great. Did I put you on O2? How you doing since the oxygen? Do we put him on aspirin? Did I bandage him? Hey, I bandaged your cut there. Let me go ahead and look at that. Still doing its job? Great. I splinted his leg. Is it still doing its job? Great. Everything you do, you reevaluate it. Yeah? Continuous vital signs. This statement is, all right, so I've checked vital signs a bunch of times while I've been on scene or transporting or whatever. I now need to know that you will continuously check it either every 5 minutes for unstable patients or every 15 minutes for stable patients. I think that's it. Test on Tuesday. I'll work on writing it, then a study guide, and a homework. We'll figure it out.
Do the reassessment count as the 12 minutes, or is that after the after?
Everything on that sheet is in the 20 minutes. Oh, you said 12. 12 is on scene. So
Okay. So they're loaded in the ambulance. Now we're doing our reassessment. That's within the 8 minutes